Okay, I'm just gonna hop into this, guys. Gonna go right into this because I don't want to miss any more of this. These people are getting nuts on these X spaces.
Cool, he's up here, so you could explain it better. I honestly hadn't come across your profile previously, but it's good to meet you. Just a quick background what I'm doing here. I happen to have picked up on the assassination of Charlie Kirk, like within just a few minutes of it happening. We hosted some of the biggest spaces, talked to thousands of people. We've had over 500,000 listeners come through just trying to figure out what the hell happened. So my angle on it is just to kind of brief you on it super, super quick, is that, there's slop coming from both sides. And you have the truthers, you have the sloppers, and both have contributed a fair bit of slop.
Guys, I went up after I finished my stream and smashed some tuna and laid down, pulled up some X spaces, and I just passed out.
Out of people like Candace and Tucker completely undeservedly in order to save the image that TPUSA is.
And I wake up to like 20 DMs. I'm like, oh no, what did I miss?
Yeah, likewise. Good to meet you. Thank you for tuning in earlier today. If you guys haven't, I would highly encourage you to go listen to that. It's like 3.5 hours.
CJ, depending on how long this space goes, I might pull up Blake's space and re-listen to that.
So still figuring a lot of this out for myself. But I will go ahead and pin my kind of story for those of you
No,
who
that's some
aren't
dude
familiar.
using his
Feel free to scroll through that
picture.
thread. But for the
account
5
is
minutes or so
Slop
that I've
Lord
been
or
in here so
something.
far, yeah, I mean,
Unless
there
he
was
changed it
always
to Slop Lord.
a heavy Zionist undertone
I don't
at
think
Turning
so,
Point
though.
USA, like
No.
without a doubt, right? And a lot of that was tied to the fact that they're a 501c3 nonprofit that functions primarily off of donors, right? And I also think that from just an optical standpoint and also just like a financial and logistical standpoint, Turning Point USA exploded in both popularity and influence faster than anyone really accounted for or could prepare for. But simultaneously, I think that there were people put in place to manage a lot of that ascension and that rise. And I think that, yeah, as you've indicated, ultimately, there is not really a two-party, facade anymore. It's very clear that there's just a uniparty that ultimately is Israel and Zionist first, which is unfortunate to watch what was supposed to be a once in a generation chance to reshape America for the American citizen first and foremost be kind of co-opted back to what I thought we were breaking out of from 2012 and everything else, which is the traditional neocon stuff. But yeah, you're totally right. I think that to expect the American public not to ask the same questions that Charlie Kirk was asking about JFK, such as who benefited the most from JFK's assassination. You just apply that question to Charlie Kirk, and you look at what's happened in the last 9 months and the 180 that not only the Charlie Kirk show itself and those who claim to represent him have done, but also the administration.
Our house. That's what people have been telling me. I have it on the lowest setting. I don't know what.
Practically.
So stupid.
Ran on for them on account of them, right? Like I was at every college campus practically, and
I wonder what it'd be like if I cranked it up. Maybe it's
I had
confused.
A pulse on that.
Maybe if
that
I set it to the
probably better
highest setting,
than most
it'll
people. I
calm
had
down.
a very strong opinion we were going to win, right? And it's because the young people were on fire for Trump. And if you notice, like they're trying to say that Charlie was just this Zionist shill for the Republicans, regardless of what they're doing. And it's just the complete opposite. Like that's not the case. There's 10 years of Charlie Kirk relentlessly questioning the state, throwing baseless
artifacts did or
Trillion.
Trillion's a
accused him of being a
douchebag.
Mossad agent with zero evidence. So like, for these people to get mad at us, I just think is absolutely asinine. But yeah, that's a brief bit about me. And
this said that Ian Carroll, Andrew Wilson, and Gary were in here, right? Were they all in here earlier?
And, So my second account up here, if you see the orange, the Andrew Colvin, that's my account. I use
I'm
it
not.
to
That
just
shit
play.
scared me. Like when I came
I
in, I
know.
like a show went down my spine. But I mean, he blocked me. He
Yeah.
blocked me the day I
Charlie
replied
was
to him during the
definitely
World
a
Cup because
Zionist.
I don't know. But yeah, it's funny.
I could change it. So he's the default setting for the slop lord of the day. So I'm just gonna do this new thing where I just assign a new slop lord for every space. But basically, like I've done this a lot. Like I told you, talked to tons of
Yeah,
people,
they do.
tons of spaces, probably like hundreds of hours recorded.
All
And
about nothing, just
after it just
nonsense,
got
made up
slop all
fantasy.
around,
These
like I
people are
just tuned
nuts.
out, did other stuff, and with the prelims, I'm coming hopefully trying to get into people's head that like it's not so black and white, cut and dry, and you really have to understand what TPUSA is and what TPUSA is not. And for that, we're gonna have to be like adults about it and sort of separate our like how much people like Charlie or dislike Erica or
There are
any
more
of that, right?
blowhards in
Like
the world than
let's
I
just
ever
look at
thought
the
possible.
situation for
Tell
what
me
it
about it.
actually is. This organization, like you said, it really did blow up. It blew
Have I
up
requested to speak yet?
doing,
No.
for example,
No, not yet.
what's his name? Donald Trump's rallies, right? This was a lot of that was curated via Tyler Boyer. Tyler Boyer, I should probably change his picture, but that would be even more repulsive for everybody in the audience. But I just want to clarify. If you want me to change
Oh,
it, I'll change
dude,
it.
no, it's I don't care. I'm not that
No.
triggered by it. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And feel
Late,
free to
late
finish what you're
show.
saying about
Super
Tyler. But
late.
like I've been the one I
I
feel like
got like a
harping on
nap
him the
in,
most,
so
and
I
it's
don't know
like
how late this is gonna go.
it is personal
This
for me.
could go a
I've
little
known Tyler
while.
since I was 16 years old, right? 15, and he's been in this shit as
No.
long as I have.
Correct,
And
Noah.
so
You have
I
no
waited
idea.
9 months to go public because I took a new
And
job with
I'm
Maricopa
convinced most
County. I
of
kind of
them
separated myself
either
from the
didn't really know
TPUSA
much about him
ecosystem.
or just hated him.
Um, 10 days before everything happened, but like I was
Shoot him a
concerned that if
message.
I had spoke out
Shoot
and
Nick a
then
message and
raised some
tell
of
him to
these
get in there.
questions and concerns, I would be punished for it. And lo and behold, 2 weeks to the day of speaking out, I just happened to get fired from Maricopa County
Yo, what's up, Air
conveniently,
Jack?
So wait,
because
you
I
got fired not from Turning Point.
well, it wasn't fired technically. Like they didn't renew my contract, but yeah, I was working for Maricopa County. And
Someone
then
made a call basically to not extend you, something like that.
well, so I'll give you the short story. This dude who I guess I worked with at one point on a shoot related to Turning Point one time. I
Gino.
don't know.
Yeah.
People claim I worked with him. I don't remember him. He got really
They
mad
all
at some
do.
tweet
They
I
all
put
just
out and
like the
tried to
second they
dox
get any
me. So then
pushback,
someone
they
had
just
sent me
start
his DUI
spurging
records,
out.
which I posted in retaliation, and then he took the initiative to email my comms director, and then that next Monday they were like, "Hey, we're not going to be able to renew your contract." But it's also convenient because 5 hours
I'll
earlier on that day, I had put out the tweet
beta
about
by
Tyler
shit talking The
Boyer
Sopranos.
having his Telegram set to auto delete and the inability to subpoena those messages, and it kind of went a little bit viral. So it's just like one of those things where I begin to ask questions, knowing how much of an influence Tyler does have in the state of Arizona. And the fact that, just conveniently I just happen to be shown out. It's just, I don't know, it's very interesting. And, for that reason, as well, is why I keep saying I think he's a Fed, because everyone's career is made or broken at TPUSA by Tyler Boyer as well as Turning Point Action, right? And the people that are in place now, all the way from Erica Kirk to Andrew and Blake pretty much were all picked, hand selected by Tyler Boyer, allowed to be
Was
there.
Andrea getting a lot of tards in her chat?
I put out a tweet today where back in
Good
2023,
for
when I
her.
had already
Good
left
for
Turning Point
Andrea.
proper, I unfollowed Tyler, and he like DM'd me being like, "Hey, dude, just wanted to check in. Why'd you unfollow me?" It's like, dude, that's just weird. Like, I don't know, man. These people are weird, and I felt it back in 2022, 2023. That's why I left, and I'm starting to understand it now. So
Yeah, they're all feds.
Yeah, I mean,
Everybody's a
it
fed.
sounds like you have quite a bit of insight on, kind of who these people are, and we have really lacked that. When they go on their show, they put on this persona, right? Tyler Boyer is one of the most. I'm trying to find the clip now of where he's telling his like donors or the people
Or
contributors
you,
that he's meeting with that he sort of runs the show. And like, what does that exactly mean? Like
I'll
my
give 20 subs
hypothesis
if you
here
get
is
in and
that one of
speak.
the roles that
This is a
Tyler Boyer
deposit.
makes here, what Tyler
Thanks for the
Boyer
super
does
chat.
is he
I mean,
sort
I'll
of routes
request
the
to
money
speak,
to
but
where it needs to
I
go. We don't have to
don't
get
know if
too
they're
much
gonna
into that, but the point is that
gonna
behind
allow me to
Charlie's
be a
back,
speaker.
while he's sort of on his mission, spreading the good word, let's just call it that, talking to students, having debates, he's on the road almost all the time. But this machine behind the scenes is being operated,
I'm
it's
just gonna
being
ask
run.
him.
Um,
how it is that they come up with
Apparently, a
such
lot of
amazing
that is
stories.
Tyler Boyer. Now, Tyler, you know about this, right? He got charged with
Where
election
do you
fraud,
guys
right?
where
He
do
had
you get your
certified the
imaginations
election
from?
falsely,
It's
and
incredible.
someone else did the same thing. They did it as like a group.
And again, I've talked about this earlier. I'm writing a whole book about this and kind of my experiences and everything else, and
Shit, they
I
made
have
me
a
a
whole
speaker.
perspective. But like, Charlie Kirk was one of the most brilliant men that will probably ever walk this earth, no doubt. But I also think that like people don't or forget, how early he got involved in this system, right? And even myself, like I met Charlie when I was 15. He was probably 20 at the time. He started Turning Point when he was 18. So like, we're both basically kids getting involved in this, and you got to realize the amount of money and power he was connected to from a young age, right? And so I think that to think that a company that was as youngly staffed as Turning
Gotta
Point was,
remember to mute
practically the
myself
entire staff was
when I'm
sub
done
30,
speaking in there.
especially in its early days, right? Coupled with just how it rapidly grew and the amount of
Our
people
house.
that, in my
Never had
opinion, were
less faith in
elevated
my
to
fellow
positions of
citizens
influence and
till the
power that
past
shouldn't
9
have been
months.
because they were,
Wait,
in
wha-
my opinion,
Welcome aboard the
willfully
black pill
ignorant
train,
and just
man.
kind of willing to go along to get along.
Welcome
Again,
aboard.
all people who were allowed to be there by Tyler Boyer. It really just formed this like system and this cult of personality that, as you said, blew up kind of. I don't want to say behind Charlie's back, but almost kind of like under his nose, because as you said, he had this mission. He had this kind of like divine mandate he was on to save Western civilization. Obviously, he thought the way that we were going to achieve that was through Trump and the MAGA movement, which now we've kind of learned was a massive psyop. And so that is kind of what's most disappointing to me. But I think that ultimately, if we look at the way that intelligence agencies have operated throughout history, and I did a documentary on this at Turning Point USA. I interviewed a former FBI agent, in which he said, if you don't think that Charlie Kirk and people like yourself are currently being monitored by the FBI, keep in mind this is 2022, then like you're not listening to a word I'm saying, right? And the Zog sloppers at Turning Point love to just be like, oh, well, these are Charlie's friends in the FBI. We got them elected. We should trust them. And it's like, yes, but you also like are not taking into consideration how these intelligence agencies operate, right? They do not deal in, 4-year election cycles like we do. They deal in 10, 20, 50, 100-year cycles because they're ultimately trying to preserve the institution of America and democracy as it
I don't
exists,
understand how
right?
they
Like,
don't understand that Charlie was a part of this apparatus. Like he was a part of it. He wasn't outside of
otherwise
it.
we're not going to
He
get
wasn't
anywhere,
some
right?
like,
And that's like
like
why I
he
have just
was
been
a
able to
part of
just
it.
start posting as much Charlie as I can, because like that level of intellect and rhetoric is gone, and I think like that was intentional, right? It's like it's if we look throughout history, whether it's the Proud Boys or the Black Panther Party, like they are allowed to grow to a certain point until they become a threat. And I feel like the same thing is true about Charlie Kirk. They realized that he probably wasn't going to go along with another war in the Middle East. He was going to not
Yeah,
let them
yeah.
kind of
Charlie Kirk, good friends with Don Jr., with President Trump,
essentially. And
JD
so
Vance. Yeah, no,
I
absolutely.
think to exploit
Charlie
that
was the
narrative, right? I
threat,
think what
guys.
history shows a pretty
Stupid.
obvious track record, right? And then I'll just kind of wrap with this. It's like for how many court cases the
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk show
Completely unrelated.
has questioned Charlie himself. I've put out this list multiple times now. It's like to expect us to just now trust the state and trust the evidence because we're running the government. I think is just the most asinine thing and the craziest thing that has ever happened. But anyways.
Yeah, so a lot of great points, man. Absolutely. With the growing influence that TPUSA certainly coveted, especially with their relation to through Trump, sorry. Charlie initially was not a Trump supporter. I believe he was actually a DeSantis supporter. He sort of switches, and then their profile just skyrockets. In fact, and we can leave the Erica Kirk thing aside because it's not really that
You
important.
guys just
It's
heard that,
very
right?
salacious. It gets a lot of views, right? But I wanted, because you were there, the sort of inside look of what it's like inside who these characters truly are, like behind the camera. Not when they're doing the show, not the persona. We know the persona. But this is something that I've heard a lot too, is that there is this sort of like intelligence tinge, like looped in through the very fabric of Turning Point USA. And that's why I mentioned these like after parties where they're
Well,
commingled. Yeah. Yeah, whatever you want to say about it.
You just put something into my head that I realized I didn't talk about earlier today, which I
Yes, he
think people
said
again
Charlie
don't fail to
Kirk was
realize
not
because
initially a Trump
nobody was
supporter.
around
He
back
was a
then, dude. And
Ron
that's like
DeSantis
again, I got
supporter.
into this game when I was 15 years old. I'm 27 now, right? And
Yeah, these people
it's
have
a
no
long
idea what
time,
the fuck they're
and
talking about.
there's been a lot of changes in American politics in the last 10 to 15 years, right? And so people forget that Tyler Boyer organized Trump's first rally, right? The very first Trump rally in July of 2015. It was in Arizona. I was there. Tyler Boyer spoke and helped organize it, and so it's like
Erica was there. That's the first one that Erica was at, right? Am I correct?
I
She
don't
stood
know
behind Trump in the
if she
bleachers
did.
behind
That
Trump
would be
with Tyler's family.
insane.
Yeah, we have a
Wow.
picture. Yeah, she contacted Tyler, said, "Hey, what's up? I'm Erica. I was former Miss Arizona." And Tyler was like, "Oh, great." She was like, "Can I meet Trump?" He's like, "Yeah, we'll put you behind Trump." And she stood next to Tyler Boyer's parents at the event. We have pictures of her there. This is where
Wow.
she first meets Charlie.
Yeah, I have a photo of me with Sheriff Joe Arpaio from that event, which is just
Oh,
hilarious. Because
crazy,
Yeah,
like,
dude. You
yep.
dude,
were there from the get. You
that's
were
what I'm
there from like,
saying.
yeah.
Yeah, and so it's like to be just immediately blocked by these people when I immediately just raise very obvious questions that I know a bunch of people are having, speaks volumes to me. So I mean, as far as like who they are behind the scenes, like it's just shady, man. It's part of why I left, right? It's like you know they say one thing and do another, but it's done in a way that like you're not really allowed to question without kind of being sidelined. And the longer I
Anybody
hung
know who this
around, the
is?
more I realized I was not welcomed into whatever fold or cult of personality Tyler
The
Boyer was
inner
cultivating.
sanctum.
Yeah, dude, I know it sounds crazy. It does, but like it very much
Oh, did he get
was a
butthurt
real thing and
because
is
they
a
didn't
real
love him
thing.
Do
enough?
you know
Um,
Based Kyle or Kyle Based? Do you know that guy?
I
Based Kyle?
don't. I
He
don't think
was a
so.
whistleblower. He came out with all the Matt Gates stuff about like the parties and stuff. He was one of the first whistleblowers that came out and said things sort of along the lines of what you're talking about now.
Allegedly.
He has a video he put out many years ago. I'll send
Allegedly,
it
it's
to
an
you. I have to
ex-employee.
actually
Could be,
find it.
but there's
Based
so
Kyle.
many,
That was his account
like
name.
all these
Maybe
employees, like, oh,
Kyle.
I worked for TPUSA. Okay, that means
Kind of
you
like a
know what was
skinny
going on.
kid,
Got it.
pretty plain looking. Wears a hat. I don't know. I have to send you the video. You might recognize him if you see him. But yeah, he sort of blew the whistle on all like the parties and like the debauchery going on behind the scenes, essentially to say that like the virtues that they espouse, like this high moral quality that Charlie embodied, was not upheld
You know, I
by
bet that
anybody
happens a
else
lot,
apparently.
our house,
And that was
considering
sort
from
of
what
the
it sounds like,
point, so that
TPUSA just
like
kind of takes anybody
these
in,
whistleblowers, like these young kids, like probably around the age
or
that you
used
got
to.
in, they really
I doubt
believe
that's the
they want
case
to get
now,
into
but
politics with this like Christian motif, right? Sort of the morals that instills. And once they get there, they realize they're taking them to like underage bars. There's like stripper poles, like there's just like debauchery, and those guys tend to leave, right? Because they're like, this isn't really Christian. But the people who stay, do you ever meet like Milo or like any of those guys?
I uh so I met like Baked Alaska very early on, like 2016 in Las Vegas at a Sean Hannity youth town hall event that Charlie had kind of helped organize. I'm sure Tyler was also involved, but I don't think I ever directly met Milo. I was definitely at events that he was present at for sure. But as far as like what you're describing, like I'll have to go look at what he was saying. But yeah, this has been a thing in my opinion that has been very apparent for years, right? I mean, you can go back, bro. There are articles from when Turning Point was sending kids to CPAC, and they only did that for about 3 or 4 years early on. I was lucky enough to go, I think, 3 out of the 4 years. 2019, 2018, and then 2017, maybe 26. I might have gone 4 years,
yeah, I don't
but
know. It's if they think like Milo is like a voice of reason or like an example of no, we're based because we listen to Milo. These people they're stupid. I don't even know. Like surprising, they're dumb.
they very much had not like PR crises because they weren't as big as they are now, but like there are articles where students had come out and said that like CPAC was the conservative spring break and people were partying. Like it was very much like
Super
I don't want to say an
reliable.
excuse for me to go
Super
party as a young
reliable.
person, but it was happening when you'd go to these events, right? It's just like par for the course. And then as they elevated and they started to host events at CPAC, yeah, there were like events that were happening in bars and stuff like that. That was before they really like stepped
Milo hates
strongly into the
everybody unless
Christian,
it's good for Milo.
element. That happened more post 2020.
He's a
Um, So yeah,
charlatan. That dude's
they've been through a lot of different phases, and there's been a lot of different people that have come and gone. I
not
oddly
charlatan.
enough
What's
have
the
been
word
there
I'm
from the
looking for?
beginning and left right around the
You guys know what
time
I'm
when
saying.
everything kind of kicked off here. So it's odd to me. And I've seen a lot. I know a lot of the people, and I'm sure they're not pleased with me speaking. Like I
Provocateur.
saw a bunch of people who still are employed there listing me earlier today. So it's like, we'll see what happens here. But
I was going to ask you because this has come up from other whistleblowers,
Yeah.
right? So what they basically say is there isn't necessarily like an intimidation campaign, but a lot of avenues, especially because people join TPUSA with some political aspirations of their own. And so there's been this strong apprehension to ever speak bad or like, the truth about what's going on behind the scenes at TPUSA. Like there's sort of this like intimidation factor. Some even say like they felt like physically unsafe, speaking up against what TPUSA was doing, for
I
example.
don't know.
Did you ever sort of like sense
Yeah,
that,
it's
not
a
in your case or like other people, that
like,
you
have these
guys
guys ever
said
worked
something was
for
out and about and people
anybody
would be
ever in
very
their lives?
reluctant to, go out and like make
Any
it
type
public
of
necessarily,
decent sized
since it would
organization?
jeopardize
Like,
their
shit's
career
run
or
like
their
a tight
standing
ship.
at TPUSA or something along those lines?
Um, yes and no. I don't think physical threats were ever really like a concern for
Super,
everyday
super
staffers. I
shocking.
think definitely for Charlie, that was
Crazy
always something that
coincidence,
was,
Noah.
top of mind.
Crazy
There were
coincidence.
days when like we'd be doing a
I
tabling and we'd have
agree.
liquid thrown on us and we weren't sure if it was acid. Like it's just par for the course. It's the culture we're in, right? Um, but I will say that, like, as someone who knew Charlie from the very early days, like again, I posted the screenshot today. Tyler Boyer himself called me an OG OG. Even I was made to feel as though it would be, like an act of subversion if I would have gone to Charlie and voiced some of my concerns, which I'm very much regretting now, because much of what I was feeling at the time, I feel like has kind of come to fruition, unfortunately. But that was very much the case, right? And I spoke about this in the space earlier. There were people that I were friends with who I watched literally overnight after they got promoted to managerial roles at Turning Point just become different people. Um, we would go from talking about Israel's influence and sharing Nick Fuentes clips in a like a chat together to then just immediately corporate speak Turning Point, like, and it's clear like Tyler had influenced them or something happened, right? I don't know what it was. I won't know. I was never welcomed into that, but I watched it happen, practically
Sounds
for
like
everyone who's
TPUSA did a
involved
pretty good
at
job of
this
vetting
point in their
their employees.
existence as a company. Like, one of the guys I gave my exit interviews to, where I just talked about everything I've been talking about here, like, is now, I think, in a director role or something like that. And it's just like, I don't know if my words ever even made it to Charlie like that. So, I'm very grateful for the fact that I got to rejoin him, as a freelance videographer for the tours and stuff. Because for over 35 campuses or however many we did, I got to listen to that man speak unfiltered for 3 hours a day. And the biggest thing I keep pointing out, and like I need you guys to like hear this, is like when we would go to a college campus and set up, the first thing Charlie Kirk would say at every
Holy
campus
shit, these people
is
could talk.
disagreements come to the front of the line. He happily welcomed disagreements, and then he was happy to take any question from anybody, right? And it's like, again, I've posed this question now multiple times. Is that how Turning Point's acting in this case? I think they're acting in the exact opposite. They're trying to force feed us a government narrative that, in any other instance, I think that they themselves would be questioning. So it's just that in and of itself to me is suspicious and worth pressing in on, as someone who spent over a decade with these people. That like the minute I begin to question
Eclectic, what do you mean? We know this dude.
it's like that again screams suspicion. So I don't know. I trust my gut, and as Charlie himself said, when something doesn't feel right in our guts, we're usually right. So
Can you, yeah, I think your intuition is right. And the questions that are
CJ,
coming
20
up now is
gifted.
that, of course, the show has continued to
Dropping a
operate
bomb.
in Charlie's name. I mean,
Appreciate
Squeeze
it,
so
CJ.
far is continuing to use his reach that he had built up in his personally named account. Now, we have some videos of him saying that his Twitter account for X account is like a nuclear sub. It takes two keys, right? So he's not necessarily
Two
just like
keys.
free to post there. Kind of go, there's like a bit of a approval process there. Do you, seeing what has taken place on TPUSA since Charlie's death, do you feel like they have done justice to the mission of Charlie, or do you feel like it's being co-opted and just using his name to peddle a particular agenda.
I think if you don't think that it's being co-opted, you're not looking at what's happening hard enough. I think that like I'll pin the video right now. It's one of my favorite speeches that Charlie ever gave. He lays out that like this
Being
movement, the MAGA
co-opted.
movement, is not
In what
about
way?
Republicans versus Democrats. It's about we the people versus the oligarchs, right? The average American versus the establishment, and unfortunately, it would appear, at least is how it seems to me. Again, if somebody else wants to make an argument otherwise, feel free. But
Okay.
the way it seems is that Turning Point, after Charlie Kirk, has just become a mouthpiece for the Republicans, right? Whatever uh, the president wants, I guess, Turning Point will do. And again, for a company that was founded on the idea of big government sucking and limited government and fiscal responsibility and all this kind of other stuff that they don't really seem to espouse now, it very much just seems to be an election machine for Republicans. And don't get me wrong, Charlie Kirk prioritized elections, right?
It
But
was an election
we
machine
just won the
for
biggest election. We
Republicans.
delivered a mandate and we're not seeing results. Tyler Boyer's already talking about the next election, right? And so I'm starting to ask the question, why would I vote again, right? If we gave you guys this power the first time, Charlie Kirk died, you sat on your hands and did nothing, right? So it's like if the left if a leftist did kill Charlie Kirk, then why did the administration not go nuclear on every leftist organization in the country? Like they labeled Antifa a terrorist organization. Great. Was did
Gee, I don't
anything
know.
happen? Like
Maybe it's because they got
no. Okay,
sidetracked with all of the
so
crazy.
that makes me wonder why, right? Charlie Kirk was the reason that the administration got into power. Like, let's not kid ourselves. So you're telling me that they watched him die and then did nothing? That is kind of suspicious. Meanwhile, Turning Point
Mhm.
USA is attacking some of Charlie's lifelong friends. That there are decades of footage of them being friends. They're trying to say that because Charlie was a lifelong Zionist, he wouldn't be friends with Candace Owens. When if you watch the last 6 to 12 months of Charlie Kirk's footage from different events, whether it's SAS or other events, he was hosting Dave Smith on a debate, talking about how anti-Israel we all need to be, and was commenting on openly the Jewish influence on leftist migration and other things. And so, for these people to just blindly say that he was a Zionist through and through, I think is quite frankly just demonic, because they're lying on a dead man's name, and I refuse to let them get away with it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And this has all been like very pointed in a particular direction. And so I don't know how much you know about the donor side of things. I know that was definitely very abstracted. Maybe, in the Israel thing, I definitely want to go down that with you too. I was just going to ask real quick, were you familiar at all with like the TP faith side of things, like Mikey McCoy's father? I had a question about Mikey McCoy too. He's like a relatively young guy, like a chief of staff. Like everybody he's warding over is like probably older than he is. Like, do you remember when did Mikey come in, and did you guys feel
Oh,
like there
I
was?
have the whole story on that if you
Yeah,
want it.
if
I'll
you
give it to
could,
you.
yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
so again, the thing I said in the space earlier today was I feel like a lot of the major shift on the turning point side, and a lot of this transition and the slow takeover, whatever you want to call it, began after 2020 and the Stop the Steal stuff, because I think that the Charlie and Tyler and all these people realized how much influence they were starting to have, right? And on top of that, they then, partnered with Trump and kind of worked together to get him reelected in 2024. Um, but I think during that time, as we've already talked about, while Charlie was focused on winning, there were other things happening kind of behind the scenes. Now, as far as like donors are concerned, they were obviously always thought about. They were like the first thought. But outside of that, TP Faith, I think that it began after I got there, or after I left, excuse me, or right around the time I was leaving. They were just kind of starting things up. But Mikey McCoy came in the picture. It's funny. I was asked, the chick who was doing kind of what Mikey does in a more limited capacity. Her name was Sarah, and she was also responsible for some of the Charlie Kirk show stuff. So I was working with her as an intern, and she called me one day. Was like, "Hey, do you know anyone who would want to like travel with Charlie and be his like day to day guy and chief of staff type deal?" And I looked at her, I was like 21 at this point, I think, had already been around Turning Point for at least 4 or 5 years, and I was like, "Sarah, yeah, I would love to do that, obviously me," and she just kinda laughed it off, and then 2, 3 weeks later, Mikey McCoy's in the picture, Rob McCoy's in the picture, and it started to just kind of shift in this direction that we now see them in, fully operational, but, it was very slow, it felt very methodical again, and I feel like all these people were put here by Tyler Boyer, so it's just very interesting how it all played out, and, again, I voiced all these concerns in different ways on my way out in 2023, but I don't think that they were ever passed up the chain. And again, I made an FBI documentary in 2022. Won a Gold Telly Award. I interviewed a former FBI agent in it. He said that if you don't think that you're being monitored by the FBI or Charlie Kirk's being monitored by the FBI, you're not listening to the things I'm saying. And so I think it's very naive of us to think that half of Turning Point may or may not be feds. Like, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, let's get Bronson a shot here, but yeah, that's very interesting. We'll come right back to it. Go ahead, Bronson, if you want to hop in.
No, I just had some questions for artifacts, if that's all right.
Yeah, yeah. The point is that like just maybe more of a dialogue, but because again, he is behind enemy lines, let's just say. But just go ahead. I just don't want you to grill him if that's okay.
No, 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 no. Artifacts is behind enemy lines. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, he's still in Arizona, yeah, allegedly.
Oh,
Allegedly.
oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, no. I'm not gonna grill him, dude. I'm not on the attack. I'm just curious. When did you become a TPUSA employee? Artifacts.
So it was a very interesting career I had. So I interned during my college career at the headquarters in 2 or 3 summers. I can't recall. It was definitely summer of 2018 and 2019, and then summer of 2020, I had moved back home because the pandemic happened. That's when I migrated to the Charlie Kirk show for about 6 months, also as an intern. And then after the Stop the Steal stuff, January 6th happened, I moved over to the productions department at Turning Point USA proper as an intern, where I worked until I graduated college in May. And then I became a productions administrator and then became a producer. And I worked there until May of 2023. When I left to go freelance in the music industry, went and shot a bunch of concerts, DJs, all that fun stuff, had a completely different life. And then the election rolled around 2024. Some of my buddies who were working with Visual Impulse had reached out to me and were like, hey, we need some videographers, camera ops to come, tour with the election. And, as a freelancer, I needed the work. So I went and joined their contracting crew up in 2024, ran almost every college debate that Charlie did, and then also did 5 broadcasts for Trump at the rallies that Action hosted across the country. And so my last event as a contractor with Visual Impulse was it was a pastor summit that we did in LA last year, and it was August 5th through the 9th, 2025. And then I took my new job with Maricopa County on September 1st. And then obviously 10 days later, everything happened. So that's kind of my timeline.
Okay. Thanks for answering. What do you have like a theory or of what happened to Charlie or why it happened to Charlie?
I mean, I have a couple like that. Like I personally think I think that there's a lot of different trains and I don't know thought paths, rabbit holes that we could go down. But I really just kind of have been approaching it the way that Charlie approached JFK, which was just starting with who benefited the most from his death, and if we start there and we look at how much money Turning Point USA has made, which I've been told is in the billions of dollars, multiple billions, right? And then we look at people like Blake Neff and Andrew Colvette, who were pretty much unknown unless you were kind of a Daily Show subscriber to the Charlie Kirk Show, or all of a sudden, directing the national conversation, deciding who Charlie Kirk was or wasn't friends with. When I'm out here also asking questions and getting blocked by people and losing my job. I think that it's just there's a lot of different things, and you also couple that with what's happened or what we found out with the calls that were made to Ben Shapiro and Benjamin Netanyahu putting out a video within like the first hour of his death. Like there's so many different things that I don't know personally. I think that's partially why I'm out here, is just I'm also interested in trying to get to the bottom of it. I think that again, intelligence agencies have a history of utilizing political movements to get to a certain point and then to create an event of mass trauma, and then in the aftermath of that push forward whatever they want. I think we all kind of forget that 2030, the Great Reset's only about 3.5 years out now, and that we're still on track for that. And I think ultimately, if we trace the financial stuff, we'll get to the bottom of it. But I think that's going to be hard to do with how they've worked to shield a lot of that. So I don't
Okay,
know.
and then okay, thanks. You brought up the point of I guess making an argument in favor that Charlie was definitely still friends with Candace or whatever, and you used him having like Dave Smith on as an example over the past 12 months. Any idea why he never hosted Candace for the last 12 months, 18 months of his
Yeah,
time at TPUSA?
I think that if you look at his comments that he made to Megyn Kelly just days before his death, it indicates much of the pressure that Charlie was facing behind the scenes. What I talked about in the space earlier today is that Charlie, at every college we went to, was forced to talk about the Israel issue because I'm sorry, my generation wants to know.
Sure, sure.
And so you couple that with the fact that much of Turning Point USA's donor class was Jewish, Israeli backed. And then you also take into consideration the texts that have leaked that, in it he explicitly said, I'm thinking about leaving the Israeli lobby and we should invite Candace to Amfest. I think these people are just trying to get us to deny our eyes. And again, if we look at the kind of person Charlie is, I know the kind of person Charlie is. He was not the kind of person to just stop being friends with somebody who he basically built this movement alongside, just because they all of a sudden are questioning Israel. Charlie himself would question Israel as well. So I think it's asinine to even make those claims, and these people are very bold to do so.
So why would TPUSA now, let's say that, whatever, they decided to eliminate Charlie so they can have full control over TPUSA and push a crazy Zionist agenda. How does Andrew Wilson fit into that?
Yeah, you mean Andrew Colvette or
No,
I don't
Andrew
know Andrew
Wilson.
Wilson.
Andrew
Andrew
Wilson,
Wilson. I don't know who that is.
who is not a
Uh,
Zionist at all, who has debated Zionists against Zionism, especially Christian Zionism. And they had him
Yeah,
come
but
out to
bro, you're
train their
just kind of
debaters.
being simple. I mean, you don't understand why someone with a platform like Andrew Wilson, who specializes in debating, ridiculing people, would be a and hates Candace, would be a valuable like an asset to them right now. I mean, is that a serious question? He's just a
Well,
big
he's a
influencer and he hates
pretty
Candace, and that's
anti-Zionist
what they
guy.
need.
So I'm
well, and
just
I
wondering
do just want to say that,
how
like,
that would
as
work.
recent as 2024, Candace Owens was still speaking at Turning Point USA events. I was a videographer at YWLS 2024. She spoke there. Um,
Yeah, but
and
I
so,
was specifically talking about Charlie hosting Candace, though.
like, on a podcast or something.
Sure.
I mean, they're doing entirely different things practically. Charlie's trying to win the election, and Candace is questioning the legitimacy of Bridget Macron, whether or not she has a penis. I'm sorry, like they were doing different things at the time. And again, I think Charlie was a man of nuance. He's not the kind of person that Andrew Colvette and Blake Neff are making him out to be, where like he determined friendships based on I don't know, deep theological issues or disagreements. Like he was willing to engage with the opposite person and welcome disagreements openly. Um, and again, I think if you look back at all of the different clips that exist of Charlie and Candace together, what they built together, um, I think if you push the question further, had Charlie turned the corner on the Israel issue and actually teamed up with Candace, um, that would have been a force for the intelligence agencies and the Israeli lobby to reckon with. Truly, like I think people fail to consider how much reach Charlie Kirk had at the time of his death, and just how big of a threat his voice was, and how important that was to silence for these people. And I think also there's like a financial element to it, right? And Turning Point USA blew up while Charlie was focused on winning the election. And I think that after that, he kind of took a second and was like, okay, we have Trump in office now. Like, I'm going to go take a look at Turning Point USA. And I think that had he had the opportunity to finish the financial audit that he requested, a lot of people's careers at Turning Point USA would be at risk because they literally create titles for people just to give them promotions. Like they go director and then they create a senior director position just so they can put a new director in place. Like, that's how it works, right? And I don't think Charlie was made privy to a lot of that, right? Because that system was created by Tyler. and Charlie was busy in the studio for 3 hours a day, and then he was off to a campus for 3 hours a day, and then he was going to live his life. So, like, I think he was finally starting to get back to the turning point mission, and kind of wanted to take it to the next level, and also was beginning to question Israel. And he made that very clear in those final clips with Megyn Kelly and Ben Shapiro. So that's kind of how I see it.
Okay. If I think of anything else, I will hop back in. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Oh, nobody else is going to say anything? The imagination. I like. Uzu, $5 super chat. Dude talks so much. I feel like this is a personal call. Well, now nobody's talking. Now nobody's talking. No. Anytime I try to
Did
come
I
into these
disconnect
spaces and
or
talk. No. Nope. I think everybody's just quiet.
all right, word.
No, they're still in there. What was I saying? Oh yeah. I like anytime I go into somebody else's space, like if I try to push to, like, I'm just gonna get muted or get booted. I would rather just ask questions and just kind of let them talk and give their answers. They're asking who the Zionist Bronson is. Yeah, the Zionist Bronson who brought up Andrew Wilson. Yeah. Hey, how does this work, guys? Explain this to me. That
LOL,
they're
you're tagging Paramount Tactical. I know absolutely nothing about that guy. I've literally just heard his name thrown around. Like
who
I said, I've
tagged
had my head in the
Paramount.
sand pretty much for like the last 9 months, so I'm trying to do a lot of catch up on a lot of this stuff.
Well, who tagged Paramount?
Trillion tagged him in the comments. It looked like
Oh,
I was
gotcha.
just
Okay.
scrolling through.
I was gonna say I'm not tagging anybody. I'm just genuinely curious and have some questions pop up in my head every once in a while.
No, yeah, for
Especially
sure.
especially when it comes to somebody who, I mean, you had some type of involvement with TPUSA. So
I
I'm just,
had a yeah,
you know what? What made you want to work for TPUSA?
Charlie Kirk himself.
Eh,
Like I said, I met him at 15 at a time when I was very interested in getting involved in politics, and he provided some really cool opportunities for young people at an early age for me. I got to go to DC and got to go to Florida, got to go to national events, got to meet politicians, and just it got me involved. And from there, I just believed in him as a person. I believed in his vision and his mission, and ultimately, the changes he wanted to see happen in this country. And it was a very complicated relationship. Obviously, there were ups and downs. I went to college. I took a couple months break from really being invested in Turning Point, and then I ended up interning again that summer. So, again, Charlie was always the type of person that would welcome those kind of ups and downs as well. I talked about it on the space today. Like, I left my exit interview where I've said a lot of what I'm saying now, and found Charlie, and was like, just thanked him for all the opportunities that he'd given me over the years. And he was like, "Thank you, man. If you ever want to come back, like, we'd love to have you." Yada yada. And so it's just like, it was always about a higher mission, I think, for him than just politics. And I think he stepped into that there in his final year or two. And it was a really incredible thing to watch, and it's just something I'll be eternally grateful for. So I consider myself very blessed to have had the opportunities I did.
So with Charlie Kirk, you seem to sort of paint this picture that there's like this overarching power structure apparatus involving, let's just say Donald Trump, maybe Bibi Netanyahu, maybe some intel agency connections with or inside of TPUSA. I know that there's been some stuff in the past about a particular board member who I don't believe is on TPUSA anymore. But do you think Charlie was outside of that, or do you think Charlie was a part of that entire apparatus?
I think that you can be a part of it while still not being privy to a lot of it, right? I think that again, as I've said, he was in it from such an early age. I think that they used his brilliance and his innocence to get these people into power, and I think deep down they knew that he wasn't going to go along with what the neocon, maybe deep state agenda was going to be. And it seems like now that the MAGA movement from the start was kind of just a side. Like I can't explain why everything isn't happening once we gave these people the power they wanted and got. So again, it just seems like Charlie may have been the only person who actually believed in this thing that was again more than just Democrats versus Republicans. As far as being insulated with the people are concerned, I think that he trusted these people because they were there from day one. But there are even clips of him where he talks about people who betray him and how that's a bigger concern than a leftist killing him in some senses. And so to again think that Turning Point USA as a company with how young of a staff it had, with how grassroots it started out, coupled with how quickly it blew up and how much money was flowing in, to think that it was not subverted by federal agents, I think is just naive, especially when we now know that Graham Allen is operating as a federal agent. And, Jack Posobiec, for example, is a former Navy intel officer. I just feel like there are too many, maybe even like a red flags, just stuff that Charlie Kirk himself would kind of be questioning if it wasn't himself who was sitting in that chair that day, And so I think to make us think otherwise and just trust the state is very disingenuous for the kind of things that Charlie Kirk spent his life pushing for.
I get it, but Charlie was like Charlie's friends with Posobiec, with Graham Allen, like, and Charlie wasn't stupid. Like I feel like there's like this picture
He was
being
like
painted that he was like a
I think you're
useful
like
idiot.
overestimating his friendship with these people to a certain extent. Like again, they were all people that were brought into the system and had different roles and purposes. Graham Allen has basically been a nobody for like the last 4 or 5 years, I feel like. And like I used to package his show every day, and Charlie gave him a platform essentially to legitimize himself. He did the same thing to Jack Posobiec. Um, Maybe he did that to Candace Owens, but again, she left for kind of the same reasons I've been describing, which is this power structure that seems to kind of want to isolate Charlie and kind of filter people that wanted to reach him. I don't know. That's how it felt to me, and I definitely experienced that. Um, Tyler Boyer was in practically every chat that we would have as like staff members. So it was very strange, and I feel like to not question that is a little bit, I don't know, silly. But
I don't
maybe
necessarily
I'm asking
disagree.
too much.
No, I don't disagree with you
All right,
necessarily
Bronson,
there.
do me
Like
a favor, repost the space first of all. Second, this is not your interview. All right, I appreciate what you're doing. Maybe we should ask you what you think happened to Charlie Kirk.
I think Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. So the reason it's good to have an inside view here, all right, because both sides are slopping it up. The thing that you believe is absolute deranged bullshit. You don't seem to be very asking him any questions in that regard. I know everyone who's against Candace is speeding is weaving this like media frenzy fucking psychosis,
I'm
which
curious why you
apparently
guys
you're
get
a part
so
of.
defensive. I haven't
No, no, no.
been
Can you
rude.
shut up
I'm
for a second and let
curious. I'm
me
asking
talk?
questions.
Okay, yeah, I told you I don't want you to grill him. That's what you're
I'm
doing.
not
You're not
grilling
trying to
him.
have a
I feel like we're having a
conversation with
pretty
him.
decent
You're
back and forth.
asking, okay, it's not your space. Calm down. All right. Let me do my thing. And then if you'd like to proceed, you can stay here. And if not, you can leave. Like, all right. Like, here's what you guys aren't. First off, where were you? Okay. When I tell you I've had over 500,000 listeners come through these spaces since 5 minutes after this happened, I've been paying attention and I've been present, and you can go and you can check my history on that. This is absolutely true. What I've noticed is a bunch of people like yourself have come around at the tail end here, and now you're trying to spin narratives. And I don't, first off, I don't appreciate it. Second, it's very disingenuous. And the kind of questions that you're asking, they're very like, I don't like, you have to play dumb. And so the same with like Gary, I don't know what your whole deal is, but I don't understand why I've never seen you around. Like, where have you been for 10 months? All right. And I do want to get back to the thing, but let me just
You
sort
can
of set
check
a
my
few things
YouTube.
straight. That's
You'll see where I've
fantastic.
been for 10 months.
Okay. Well, where have you been here?
In your spaces, I
In
just
any
found out about you
spaces?
just the other day, but I've been in Blake
From who?
spaces. I've been in Eco spaces. I've been in plenty of spaces.
Okay. All right. Blake spaces are like 30 people, you know. Listen, like I've been around. What I'm trying to point out here is all the people who have come around and they just want to disparage Candace for the most part. And let's see if you fit this mold. You believe that disparaging a Turning Point USA will somehow lower your chances of continuing to stay in office, and these darn Democrats are going to get in and round you up, put you all in jail, and make life a living hell in America. Do you fit into that category? So like your problem with what Candace is doing is because it hurts TPUSA, which hurts the Republican Party. Is that you?
I think I think that would be an unfair description.
Okay, so what do you care what Candace does?
I don't particularly care what Candace does.
I see your timeline.
Yeah. Yeah, what's it
Okay,
say?
so what do you care? What's
What
it to
do I
you?
what's it to you? What do you care?
Well, that's the question I just asked you. I'm
I
showing that all the people who
I
are
well,
into the
I feel like my
Tyler
answer would be the
Robinson
same as
narrative.
yours, right? Is I care
Well,
about
see, that
truth.
this is what I mean. You're spinning shit. And the thing is, you don't understand is I've talked to
I
hundreds of
just gave
people
you an
just
answer.
like you. What
Truth.
your answer was whatever I said. That's not an answer.
No, I said I would assume it's the same as yours, which
Okay,
is
well, you don't know
truth.
my answer, so why don't you just go with
Well,
yours?
if your answer is anything other than truth, I think there's a problem.
All right, so what is the issue then? Why can't she pursue her truth by her means
She
and you
can.
pursue your own? Okay, and so what you have deduced down here is that the entire the narrative that the feds put out, that Tyler got on a rooftop with Grandpappy's gun and took this perfect shot, one kill, lights out.
It was not a
That's what
perfect
you
shot, but
believe.
yes.
Oh, it wasn't?
Nope. I would say it was
No.
a pretty bad shot, but it was a lucky
Oh, it
shot.
was a bad shot. See, this is the bullshit that you guys are weaving. No, it's not a bad shot.
Oh,
He
okay.
was
Explain to
lights
me
out
why anybody
before.
would aim for a
He was
neck.
lights. Yeah, see, this is because you listen to Gary too much.
You
Another
don't shoot
fucking
guns, do you? You have
crayon
no
eater.
experience with
Yeah, I don't need to
firearms or
shoot guns to know
self-defense.
that
I know. I
Charlie.
get it.
Hey,
Makes
hey,
sense.
yeah, yeah. Learn to listen. You got 2 ears, 1 mouth,
Why
right?
would I
Learn to
listen to you
listen.
about firearms and shooting when you have
See,
no
this
idea
is
what you're
see,
talking
this is
about?
what I mean. Was he unalived before he left the chair? Looks like a
I would
pretty
say
good shot to
that
me.
was pretty clear based on the
See,
video, yeah.
okay, so that's
Yeah,
a
I said
bad shot.
lucky shot.
Oh, it's
You
a
did hear me
lucky
say lucky,
shot.
right?
Oh, he was just lucky that that day the security took no precautions. They didn't fly drones because Brian Harple was so afraid of breaking the law that he got his guy assassinated. You know, it's not a bad shot. It's not an easy shot even. It was the perfect shot to achieve something, which was zero collateral damage, so there'd be no lawsuits, right? If other people got hurt, you'd have an issue. We'd have way more of an investigation. There'd be more parties interested, and they would have to do an actual investigation. Charlie was unalived before he left the chair. That's not a bad shot. And I don't care what you tell me about where you should aim. Oh, they would have aimed for the chest. They would have, it doesn't matter. That shot was executed perfectly to achieve what their intention was, which was to assassinate Charlie Kirk. Now you believe that Tyler fits this mold of this leftist, crazy, deranged, Transtifa type person, and that's exactly who would want to unalive Charlie Kirk, right? It's because he's a
I
leftist.
I don't think there's any evidence that he was trans Tifa at all.
Okay, well then why did he do it? Why was he compelled to do that day, in your opinion? What was his motive?
Solid question. I mean, according to the record, he said it was because of the amount of the hate that Charlie Kirk spread. So other than that, I have no idea.
So you don't think it was
I don't
because of his
pretend to know his
political,
motive.
you don't know his motive.
I said I don't
Okay, well
pretend
then that's
to
why
know.
you should actually listen to what's being talked about here. Because
Do
what
you
we're
know his motive?
articulating here is that he didn't kill Charlie.
Who killed
That's what we've
Charlie?
been telling you.
Who
Dude,
killed
have
him?
you see this is what I mean? You're like, I'm around. I've been doing this. Everybody will vouch for me
So
10
who
hours
killed
a
him and what
day
was their
for the
motive?
past week. Go check my record. Go check my spaces. You guys just hop in here. You have no idea who you're talking to. All you know is that you need to push this narrative that Candace bad, Tyler is the one,
I don't think
and
Candace
that's
is
it.
bad. I think she's nuts.
She's
Or
not.
she's faking it
That's
and
the
just
same
grifting.
thing. Okay, right? Like you're being
But
like
I
convinced.
also have no issues with Candace asking questions or doing what she's doing.
I see your timeline, dude.
What's it say?
You're like obsessed with her. You're like, oh, Candace fans are gonna be mad about this one.
I
You
said
guys
it's a
are
bad day
literally
to be a Candace
using
fan today. Yeah, because of all the evidence that came out today.
your star witness is exactly the person that you've been trying to align the country against this entire time, calling them crazy and deranged. Your star witness is literally that person. Your only witness is Lance or Luna Twigs. All right.
S-
What
That's
I'm
not the
pointing
only
out is that
witness.
the only way that you can
The
believe
parents are witnesses as well.
what did the parents see hundreds of miles away?
The parents, what do you mean? What did they see hundreds of miles
You said
away?
they're witnesses.
Yes, to a confession
Witnesses to
from their
what?
son,
Yeah, they see a picture of their son walking around. When
who
it
then
was presented to
confessed
them,
to them. Yes.
yeah, where's that at?
That will probably come out in trial if a trial happens.
Oh, well, we're having preliminaries where all they're supposed to put
Yeah, they're
forth
not going
their
to bring
evidence.
all of the evidence to a
Oh,
preliminary
man, they're
probable
not gonna.
cause
I
hearing.
thought this was open and shut. The thing
I
is,
thought
Tyler
you could
never
Google on
confessed.
how preliminary hearings work, probable
Okay.
cause hearings. You would understand
Yeah.
that they're not going to bring
Well, it would
every
be a
piece of
pretty big
evidence to a
deal.
probable
It would
cause
be a
hearing.
pretty big deal to introduce the fact that he confessed to assassinating Charlie Kirk, except he never did. It's just a talking point that you guys have trotted out here to try to make it seem like you have it all wrapped up. The problem is you don't. We know Tyler's family. We've
So
had
when
people
Lance
talk to
Twigg
them.
says that he
At
started
no
crying and wish
point,
he hadn't done it, what do you suppose he was talking about?
well, if you had just, I'm not going to go through the whole thing again
Yeah, I
because
know
this
you're not
isn't
going to
about
talk
you
about
right
that.
now.
Absolutely.
Well,
That
But
I
makes
just want to
sense.
everyone
point
has
something out real quick.
spaces.
Can I just jump in here really quickly as somebody
Yes.
like who
Yes,
toured a lot with
please.
Charlie and stuff? Like when I saw the footage from that day, there was so much that didn't make sense to me. I'll be honest. There were so many people there that like I just didn't understand why they were there. Um, and people have pointed this out in different capacities, but it very much seemed like there was an amplified presence of Turning Point staff and other people present. That in and of itself to me was weird because again we spent the entire election season doing these things and there were never as many different people that we're now finding out were present in Utah those 2 days. So that to me is also just kind of interesting. I want to know why. Like what was the decision process there? Who made those calls? And what were the motivations? And like will we ever find out? I don't know. But again, I just kind of wanted to throw that out.
Wait. Can you say it again? I'm sorry. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
just like
Like,
the amount of people who were present in Utah from Turning Point that day was
oh, okay.
overwhelmingly
Was
more
that
than what was normal for
I might
us.
be
Yeah.
wrong. Was that the first TPUSA Charlie Kirk event since the election? So was it
No, I had done a couple events with them earlier in that year. I did a couple in August or sorry, April.
okay?
Um, and then like I said, the last event I did with them for Charlie was a pastor's summit that he had in August, like the first week of August. But
But
I
this
mean, it was
but
just
this one at
strange.
UVU was the kickoff, right? For the new
It was
tour?
I mean, it was the kickoff, yeah, but even in the past when we had done stuff, it wasn't as much as big of an event, and I guess maybe they were trying to take it to the next level and make it a bigger thing, but when I saw that, it just to me was like, "Why are there so many people who weren't normally there, on tours and stuff?" So that just felt weird to me, and again, maybe I'm making too much out of it than I need to, but, I did a lot of these recordings, and there weren't ever as many people there who were there that day. Like, I still can't confirm whether or not Blake Neff was in Utah that day, but I do not understand why he would be there at all. That dude was like a Charlie Kirk show featured nerd, basically, and so it's like I don't get why he would even be in Utah.
Yeah, he works on the so everybody's clear. He does not work for TPUSA, Blake Neff. So we had him on a space a couple of nights ago for a
I
few
think I was
hours.
in here for maybe like 5 minutes and then I
Oh,
popped out because I just couldn't stand listening to
Jarbot's in here. I
the
hope
Fed slop
Jarbot
that was
does some
coming out from
talking.
people.
They'll
But
boot him
yeah,
because he'll
keep
get
going.
aggressive.
Yeah. So yeah, you know the space. I think Louisiana or Terra hosted it, and so his story is that
They don't
like
want to
he went
talk
out
about that
there, but
Lance
he
Twiggs
arrived
interview,
like
though, do
separately
they?
from
Nope, they don't
Charlie.
like
Like he
that.
wasn't in the car that Charlie was in. He arrived separately from him. He doesn't remember like they flew in, but then he doesn't remember where they went. He just sort of ends up at UVU. He's the guy who goes like running away as soon as the gunshot goes off. He was at the hospital. They took him in a separate car. Anybody who had camera equipment and was like recording They were told to kind of sit tight. They were taken to a special room so that the police could go through their
I gotta get
footage.
my
But I
street
talked to
cred
Andrew
up, guys.
Ferrazzi. It was
Gotta
his
get my
first day
street cred
there
up
at working at TPUSA, so you probably
so I
don't
can
know the
own
guy.
these
Oh
fuckers.
wait, I
Make them
think I
not
might
want to
have
mute me and get
heard
rid of me
of him potentially.
because
But
I'll be
anyway,
too
keep going.
important
Yeah,
to
he
get
was
rid
standing
of.
off to Charlie's right-hand side, and people thought he had a gun inside his camera, and like Jimmy Dore blew it up. So yeah, he was here for like I don't know, probably 4 or 5 hours, like back
Interesting.
in
I should talk to
September.
that guy because I don't know if he was working for Turning Point or if he was working for Visual Impulse. Do you know?
I think he was working probably for Visual Impulse for
Okay, yeah,
Terrell
that sounds
Squad.
about right. That's if it was Terrell's crew, yeah. So I think yeah. Again, I know a lot of these people personally, so it's a tricky situation for me. I'm still trying to navigate a lot of it, and again, I've asked a lot of these people questions, and I haven't gotten the most answers, and that to me is just strange, you know. And
Yeah,
so I'm kind of now in a position of 2 weeks into speaking out, I lost my job, and also like I'm sure they still have my address from when I used to work there. So it's just like, kind of a little scary at times, but also maybe I'm overthinking things. But the whole thing just, again, there were so many people there that were potential witnesses that I feel like maybe weren't treated as such. And that to me is also very strange and suspicious. And
in fact,
I,
none of them, not
yeah,
the
well,
security team,
exactly.
not the camera team, and so then Terrell's story, a lot of people are just interested in this, so let me just get your take if you'd like to offer one. Where
Taro was
Terrell
my direct boss for like, basically a year. So.
Oh, wow, okay, yeah, so you know Terrell well, and isn't there more than like, so as far as the Farnsworth family, we find out that there's like more than one Farnsworth working there. Like, isn't there a Brian Farnsworth that works at the studio show?
Yeah, Brian toured with Charlie pretty regularly. Like if he needed to
I
do
don't
like
know why they
podcasts on the road or something,
like
Brian would kind of be there and,
don't
and run a
want more.
mobile kind of
I
tour
couldn't
setup.
imagine
And
hosting a
it was
space
we all kind
and
of
it
knew each
just
other.
being a
So
bunch of people
it
who
very much
agree.
it very much felt
Like
like
how
family.
how
And
how
we had a
fucking
lot of
boring would that
people
be? Can't believe they don't want more
had come
people
over in
who
different
have
ways from Turning
opposing
Point. And
views.
again, like I had known Terrell just from again, there was a lot of
People
overlap
just
in the early days of
want to
Terrell
stay
was
in their
always the guy
bubbles.
running Charlie's show, even in like kind of the early days, the tech side, the back end of it. And his team just kind of grew as Charlie grew. And, especially during that election season, they brought on a lot of different people, myself included, contractors, full-time staff, whatever. Um, but again, he would come out to events occasionally, every so often. And I know that, they were running a new setup that day. Those cameras that they're using, the Black Magics, we never used those necessarily on like the tours. We would always run like Sony FX3s and even earlier iPhones.
Yeah, I'm
And I
just
know
doing what
that they had
Candace
built out a
claims to
new
be
rig
doing. I
to
was just asking
stream
questions.
back to donors or someone
I wasn't
allegedly.
accusing
Again,
artifacts
I
of
haven't found
anything
that out. I haven't found out
Uh,
exactly.
okay,
or
that's an
Trillion.
interesting point because yesterday we had both Gary
Wasn't
Meltzer,
accusing
he's
them
the
of
Paramount
nothing.
guy. You don't
Just
know him, but
asking
he's been
questions,
doing all
guys.
the
The just
anti-Candace
asking
smear
questions crowd
campaign.
apparently
They're like,
really
oh,
hates
30
it
odd
when
6 is
somebody else
perfectly
asks
plausible. I'm a
questions.
gun guy. Trust like that whole thing kind of like brought
It's
to me ears. He's
incredible.
probably a big fan of Gary's, in fact. So he went on Jeremy Boring's show. I don't know if you know much about Boring, but I have set my sights on Boring, like as far as exposing his ridiculous like mantras and hypnosis that he's trying to compel through his ever since he left Daily Wire. Of course, Jeremy Boring is the guy who created
When it
Ben
comes,
Shapiro
I'll
and
say
Daily
this, when
Wire.
it comes to like these big talking heads like Candace Owens, Jeremy Boring, Ben Shapiro, like all of them, guys, I think I might be just kind of done with them altogether. I don't know what's going on, and I don't really care. I don't want to end up in this like space where I'm defending this one big talking head over here. Like, I don't know any of these people. I don't know who Jeremy Boring really is. You know what I mean? He had Gary on. Awesome. Awesome. I like Gary. I know Gary. Ish. I mean, I know ish Gary, right? But
To like continue in the
I have
image
no
of
idea
David
who Jeremy
Horowitz because
Boring
David
is. I don't
Horowitz
know
had
his
gotten pretty
motivations in
old, so
life
he found this like
whatsoever.
he
I have
calls
no
him the most
clue.
famous Orthodox Jew or something. But what's crazy about that connection, it with back to
But it
Ben
ends up in
Shapiro,
this
because it
weird
all
like
sort of like connects
space that I don't
back
want to be
through
in.
its like
Like I don't want to have
founding
anything to do
donors,
with
let's
that.
say.
You know what I
Obviously,
mean?
this was
I have no
Charlie's
like
vision, but then he needed
I have
people
no
to
intention of becoming anything like these people. And I feel like they end up using this shit, right? Like they're going to be like, well, Gary was on Jeremy Boring, so obviously Gary's a Fed and they're in cahoots and Jeremy Boring's got this spooky past and they can build this weird fantasy and go down this crazy road of how all this is tied in together with with the Jews or whatever, right? Like I don't know Jeremy Boring. There's a lot. Yeah, I know. A lot of people like Jeremy Show. I've never watched it. It was the first time that I watched it.
who came
I
over
like
to the
more
conservative
obscure
party and found a
YouTubers
nice home and a
and talking
platform
heads, I guess.
behind like supporting what Charlie
But
was doing. So that's what, like, so if anybody's confused, like why are we going back to this? Well, this explains who brought in the money.
They'll do that
The
anyway.
money, the donors,
Yeah.
is very important in this
Fair
whole
point.
equation.
Fair
When
point.
Charlie goes out and speaks out on Patrick Bet-David show against October 7th, meaning questioning Israel's government complicity potentially, or he thought maybe there's
Eclectic,
some subversion.
I don't know if this is
within
what
that
you're
kind of
getting
thing.
at, but just the fact that you
Charlie's,
said this,
TPUSA loses
like,
$9
I'm
million
not going to
that
go
year.
out and start defending Jeremy Boring if people are in spaces talking shit about Jeremy Boring. I don't know him. I will defend Gary if they start saying Gary's a Fed or whatever. But like, if I don't know
all the
him,
money
I'm
goes
probably
out.
not really
And I
going to
think this
defend
is
him
what
too
triggers
much.
Charlie. Oh, I want to ask you about this. What triggers Charlie, before we get back to Jeremy Boring, because this is the important part. And like, I hope, I'm sort of like trying to facilitate a platform where people like you can come out
Yeah,
and
of course not.
speak like freely without as much as you can, obviously. Like, I get that. But we're not like trying to cast blame, let's say, on like Erica and like the TPUSA staff, right? That is a pitfall. Like, that's a mistake. Not only is it going to get them to like clam up, but also gives them a reason
They were
to do what
just
Jeremy's
casting
doing,
blame. What the
which is
fuck is he
urging the
talking about?
government to actually
God, these
step
people
in
are
and kind of
confused.
cancel like this, like free. It's like, it's not really free speech, much less the ridicule and the lawsuits, the lawfare, which they're also planning. So what we're saying is like, let's kind of pull ourselves out of like the sand here, where we're just like looking around Charlie and blaming everybody, and look who has motive, means, opportunity. And you have to look at the donor class. It starts out with the David Horowitz money. He brings in more of his people who share his interest in the service of
did he say
their
he's against free
Israel.
speech?
Like, it's just the truth. Like, all the people that I mentioned, you can find them all at Techion Institute. They all serve some interest of Israel. Okay. So the donors,
They get super touchy, right? Like, this isn't
do you
your
know anything
space.
about like the
This is
steering
my
committee, or
space.
sort of their you probably
Guys, if
wouldn't
I ever
know
get
about
like
this
that,
stuff. Like they have like
let me
kind of
know,
like
please.
a board of
let me know. Maybe I should start
I think it's
hosting
called a
X
steering
Spaces.
committee. You wouldn't know about that though, probably, right?
And not explicitly, but
You probably just know them
like,
as donors. Like,
yeah, and again, like I was introduced to some donors
This
early
is
on
my
as, like,
space. You don't know who I am. I'm special. I'm somebody special.
kind of him showing off a top student activist, whatever, and it was very brief. And they always kind of kept, I don't know, especially students, away
somebody's
from the
bitch.
donors, and wanted to separate that. And as far as staff is concerned, they obviously had the development staff, which is all kind of the donor side of things. But everything was always filtered through a lens of how will this impact the donors, how will the donors perceive this, and if it was at risk of potentially causing some feathers to be ruffled with the donors, they would maybe not go forward with it. Because again, like, they are a nonprofit at the end of the day. That's how they make their money. So yeah, I don't know
100%.
like specifically the board or anything like that. I know that, like, early in the day, Foster Friess was a big influence there, and then in his passing, they kind
I
of, I'm
stack
sure, brought in new
groceries.
money. But I think,
I
again,
like
if you
turtles.
look at who
I
had
like
the most to
turtles.
gain, it just raises a lot of questions, especially when you look at how much Turning Point has made. Again, from what I've been told,
Noah
it's in the
nailed it,
multiple
dude.
billions. And so,
Charlie was a genius when it's convenient for them, but then he was, most gullible moron ever when it's convenient.
over time.
Absolutely.
I think what we're seeing happen
Absolutely.
online
Charlie
is
was
the
incredibly
tearing down of
brilliant.
people who are simply
But
just
he
daring to ask questions and not accept the
But he
narrative.
was completely fooled and played by the intel agencies and his friend Don Jr. and President Trump and Bibi Netanyahu and okay, right on, dude. He's totally stupid. Like, he was clearly a part of it.
A lot. There's
And a
lot
big
of
part.
money, but
Charlie
there's
Kirk
also
was a
lot of
large
influence.
asset
Remember, they're reaching
them,
the
not a
American
fucking
youth
liability.
right at the most ripe age. Like this is sort of that age bracket. Like you can hear RFX has, well, I don't know, maybe you've always kind of been
Yeah, yeah, he didn't like that answer at all, did he? Well, what do you think happened? I think Tyler Robinson fucking shot him. I think that's pretty
so
clear.
those kids going into college, they're still very impressionable, and TPUSA offers a lot, right? They'll offer you trips, then maybe a
No,
job,
no,
maybe
they didn't
like,
boot me.
there's networking,
I'm still
politics. A lot
speaker.
of people get into
I just got
TPUSA
myself
because
on
they
mute.
aspire
They're not
for
really
politics, and
like
this
if
is
I
sort of
push
a
too hard, they're gonna boot me,
constituency
and I don't
that
want
they
them to boot
think,
me.
that speaks to them, right? This Christian conservative youth movement,
And to be fair, you
Republican
guys are
aligned,
funner
all
to
that
talk
stuff is
to.
all good, right? The problem is, you're right, that the donors do have a lot of influence. When we see Robert Schillman pull out that $2 million, this is right before,
100%.
it's in the same thread, that group chat where Charlie says, I have no choice but to leave the
Like,
Israel cause. Well, remember why the
it's so gross. It's just like the fact that he was like Graham Allen was pretty much a nobody till like 4 years ago. Well, how long has he known Charlie Kirk? Didn't he say he's known Charlie Kirk for like 10 years? Like what is it with these people and like whether or not somebody's a nobody or a somebody? Like what the hell does that
has to
matter?
go to them. And imagine all the work, all the chapters, all of that, built nationwide, incredibly valuable. The donations, contributions, that, okay, money you can find, but the network, the influence, that's hard. That takes years. Like that whole decade, basically, you worked there. That's what was like, sort of the
Like
most
I mean
valuable.
if Artifacts wants to make the point like there's a bunch of people involved with Turning Point or any of these other, right-wing companies that have their own agendas and they want their own fame, like sure, okay, makes sense. You don't say weird, crazy. It doesn't mean that they're going to kill the head of the organization, the face of the organization. And then he made the argument that like they were worried about their jobs because of this audit, right? This Doge style audit. They were worried. Oh, okay, so you're worried about your job, and to save your job, you're going to eliminate the very reason that you have a job. That makes no fucking sense.
So at least they're both facing the same kind of attack, essentially. So after that money is taken away, that's when Charlie says they live up to all of the stereotypes. So he's pretty pissed off about this because he didn't do anything wrong in his case. But so now imagine what's
I don't
shaping
even
up here
care,
in Charlie's
right? With
mind.
the whole
Charlie
anti-Jew
now has
thing,
much
like
better connection.
cool. What does it have to do with Charlie Kirk? You know what I mean? What does it have to do with Charlie Kirk? The dude was not anti-Zionist. He was not going to not be a Zionist anymore. It's pretty clear. He's having Ben Shapiro on his show the day before he goes to UVU. Like, come on, guys. He's talking and trying to practice debate against arguments in support of Israel and Zionism. Like, this is such a stupid argument.
Or
The
those very
Jews, I
same
don't give a
donors,
shit.
because I think there's stuff that they know that's going
Oh, and
on
they're
at
so
TPUSA
TPUSA is
that's like
so
Charlie's kind of
so
isolated from. Like even a
pro-Zionist,
lot of the
right?
stuff with the
So
parties that I
super
mentioned earlier,
Zionist
like Charlie
that
like
Erica
tangentially
Kirk
kind of knew that
brings
stuff. Like
in
I know he
Andrew
had a meeting
Wilson
about
and
it to try to
Rachel
get it under
Wilson.
control, but that
Like,
wasn't
come
really
on.
Charlie's thing, right? Sort of what happens there is
Uh-oh,
not
is
really
Erica
on
Kirk going to
Charlie.
get unalive
So now
now?
imagine he's got this different people, like different friends
I don't
he's
know.
making through
I
being
have no
so
idea,
like
eclectic.
leveled
I
up
don't know
and
what Zionism means anymore. I don't really care. All like I was having a discussion with somebody about this. They're like, well, are you a Zionist? You're not a Zionist. It's like, listen, whatever the word is for wanting the United States to be pro-Christian, to have only Christians in power, and to not have any foreign influence from any other governments whatsoever. Whatever the word is for that, that's what I am. Is there a word for that?
does his audit, gets rid of Tyler, puts in, Justin Strife, maybe? Am I saying that right?
I know, yeah, I know of him. I obviously worked there at the same time he was there. Um, I do know a decent amount about him. Yeah.
He seems to be like a pretty upstanding guy.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that I know like explicitly that like is
I
like
like it.
suspicious
We'll run with that.
necessarily. But I've heard a couple things, but I need to. I don't want to say anything,
Well, we don't know. Okay,
publicly without. Yeah.
I'll just leave it right. We don't really know, but it seemed like he was bringing Justin in to replace Tyler's position
Yeah,
as
that's another
the
thing. They
father.
didn't notice that him wanting to have Candace was a threat. Like they didn't pick up on that. They picked up on he's going to leave the pro-Zionist cause, but they didn't pick up on Charlie Kirk using Candace Owens as a threat.
Left in the coffers at the end of the year. Like, where's it all going? And this would cause him to start to unravel what they're really doing while he's out there doing debates, and while dad's away, the kids like Boyer are doing something. Um,
Is that what that is? Christian now? Okay. Then I guess that's what I am.
over 10 years, billions invested, maybe up to like $1 billion
That's what
invested
I am.
cumulatively.
I think that Christians have a right to their own homeland here in America, and it's ours only, and nobody else can have it.
Have tried as hard as they could to imbue TPUSA with, keep
Don't
them
care
with
what
the whole,
anybody
like,
else is doing.
Zionist alliance, support Israel, Judeo-Christian, this sort of stuff. And now that same machine will ultimately turn on their interests.
That's probably like a bad word on YouTube, huh? There goes my reach. I'm cooked. They're not going to push any of my content now that I just called myself a Christian nationalist.
Turning point as a pass through to get certain candidates, like, for financing certain campaigns, through whatever shell companies or TP Faith and however it is. TP Faith is important because it's a faith-based organization. There's plenty of loopholes that they can take advantage of. And so this is what, like, if people are asking about the motive here.
You also know about like TP Action, right? Like that's
Yeah.
like the political advocacy wing, and so that's where.
I'm guessing this is sarcasm, Uzu. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Did this guy work for TPUSA? Wish he'd tell us. That's got to be sarcasm.
You're right. By the way, TP Action sent a bunch of buses to
I don't think they're
January
debating
6th.
anything.
All right. A lot of buses. We don't know the exact number, but it's like dozens and dozens of buses of people to January 6th. And
right there with you, Ninja.
Once one of the people got caught like kicking someone or like doing something they shouldn't have been doing, like actually
he doesn't
like,
have
like
any
violent,
marksmanship.
They
doesn't know shit about guns.
themselves from the whole
probably doesn't
thing.
even
And just
own
said,
any.
Probably
lives in one of those states where you can't have any.
I thought that was interesting.
And probably votes a certain color that agrees with not being able to have any.
I lost my train of thought. What were we on?
I have a quick question about the
go ahead,
tech.
Stephanie.
People have no idea about firearms, and then they just
were
go on and talk like they know everything there is to know about firearms
Magic,
and about shooting and self-defense.
I mean, it's so it wasn't like a transition necessarily. We had used the Black Magic,
and I'm not even that knowledgeable about it.
So
but compared to them, I'm a genius.
Started using them on the tour. It's just a different camera manufacturer and body, but I had been told that they were building out a new.
I don't know.
I've
kind of stopped
the way we had done
kind of
tour
tuning
stuff
it
in the
out,
past
to be
was
honest
we would
with
record it and then it would be edited after the fact and then clipped up and posted. What
about the geofencing and the apps?
I don't think that's really his thing. Hold on a second.
Nobody's worried about it because nobody knows.
That's all like
because it doesn't get any coverage,
stuff, right?
Because everything is so hyper focused on the Jews.
We've sort of confirmed that there is a very Zionist undertone within the donor pool. Geofencing churches was a FARA that the Israeli government.
It's a
like the TPUSA.
I'm sure there's a smart word to use to describe what it is, but it's just made up bullshit on their part, dude. He said perfect shot with no collateral damage, yet the bullet should have exited. Yeah, the perfect shot. It was the perfect shot. Yeah, I said it was lucky, but it was a bad shot because he's not aiming for the neck.
Runs the show to sort of reinforce what we've both been saying this whole time in his own words. You would think the donors really care to get the money to TPUSA, to Charlie, and then they can move the money around. But
would have been cool if it was a not lucky shot while being a bad shot and
goes
completely missing.
TP Action has like
None
four
of this
times. They
dumb
went
shit would
from
be
like 11
happening.
million or something to like 60 million in contributions. And the contributions are not impact, like they're less for Turning Point itself. So you would think if the donors are
Yeah, can't be.
contributing,
Can't
they're
be. Can't be
contributing towards
this
Charlie and this
goofy
like great
kid.
mission that he's on,
There's no
right? Like
way.
the 501c3. But when Tyler goes to the 501c4, the political arm,
Sounds
you
like a
see that
pretty
a lot.
sounds like a pretty bad patsy, you guys, don't you think? That's a pretty terrible patsy. Hey, let's get this goofy kid that nobody will ever believe that he did it, and we're going to use him as the patsy. Great plan. Great conspiracy plan.
Tyler is the one who is routing funds. So it's not that they're just giving it to Charlie for the mission that he's on. There's something in play here where Tyler's routing the money around. Anyway, so like back to the motive here, right? Oh, here, you know what? I'll play the thing. I found the guy's name.
I will just also say that, like,
Well, yeah, I appreciate that, but I rule, but I didn't want to. Like I wanted to push back. I want to push back on these people, but the second you do, they'll shut you down. I mean, I was just asking questions and being pretty chill. And that dude was ready to cut me off and give me the boot. Like,
USA to TP Action, and then some of those people just so happen to now be working in the administration. So it's just like interesting how that took place.
Yeah, Tyler's pardon. There's a lot of that going on. I don't know if you know Jake Hoffman at all. Like maybe if
Oh, I know Jake
you know
Hoffman. Yeah, no,
Jake.
for sure. Yep.
Yeah, so Jake's a character, guys, and he's
You
supposed.
know about the bot farm, right?
Yeah, dude, that's what I've been telling people, man. Is that Jake
Yeah, I was there for
Hoffman?
that. That was
You
funny.
were there
Well,
for
and
that?
so
Can you?
here's
Do you want
here's
to tell
something
us?
else that like here's something else
the
I
funny thing
didn't
is,
talk.
like, I wasn't even, like, I wasn't setting him up for a gotcha. I wasn't doing any of that. I was just trying to understand his point of view, see if it differs from anybody else's I've heard on that side. And then I just wanted to understand why it was he thought what he thought. And then I was going to give a little pushback on, like, well, you see this is where I can't connect. I'm not connecting with your guys' thought pattern here. This doesn't make sense to me, and this is why. Couldn't even get to that.
It's like there was a whole system where, let's say we made a video in productions, right, and wanted to get it thrown up on the
You know what I mean? Like, well, he's having Dave Smith on. He gave that whole argument. Okay, how come he wasn't hosting Candace then? He's like, well, what do you mean? Like, where? I don't know. Fucking anywhere. Anywhere. Didn't have, she wasn't, well, because she was talking about Macron. Oh, okay. Right on.
Why at a grassroots company that was started by Charlie Kirk am I having to go through 5 people to get a video that I made posted? It's just like that was kind
So
of what
didn't she
happened.
do a women's summit or something? TPUSA women's thing? Wasn't she talking about Macron then, or what crazy shit was she talking about then?
It was just very strange, and there's the bot farm stuff that Jake Hoffman was responsible for. He helped build out Turning Point's early digital media strategies back in the day. So definitely a lot of people, a lot of relationships.
Where have you been the last 10 months? I'm a Fed, bro. I'm a ghost. I'm a spook. I haven't been anywhere. I just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, dude, it's super interesting. That's why when I
Not in
saw
your
like one
fucking weird
side getting
spaces.
so
I can tell you that much.
just like entrenched in this, like the criminal element here is
Uncle Tom.
Charlie's
Uncle Tom.
team.
That's where I
Obviously the argument is like
just the other day in an
Charlie's
Uncle Tom
friends
space.
killed him and
That's where
his
I figured
wife
out who
like
this
helped.
trillion
Like,
dude
it's
was.
just kind of nonsense. But that's where people are at. Like I'm telling you, the most popular things are either Charlie's still alive. You can comment on that if you want to, but like it's either Charlie is still alive, exploding microphone, or Erica in Turning Point killed Charlie. And I'm like, we've missed all the nuance here, all the nuance that matters, right? And then it
Jarbot
makes
left.
it difficult for people like yourself to come out and like intelligently speak as to like your experience within the company that helps like fill in the gaps of understanding. What was TPUSA? How did it really work? Where is like the motive here? And then we can deduce means, opportunity from the event itself. But I feel like there's just been such a misconception, like between Charlie, the organization, the bureaucracy and red tape that you're talking about, the actual like the funding, the aspirations of the donors are not necessarily the aspirations of Charlie. And if Charlie's about to take this machine and either purge all that, like the Zios out of it, or even flip it against them by aligning forces with someone like Tucker. And this would have made Turning Point like explode, like seriously. And I mean in a good way, like just rocket in popularity and influence. And I mean, dude, he has he is the new RNC essentially if he does this. I mean, he already kind of is, and like to your point as well. And so they couldn't have that. They had to figure out a way to stop Charlie from doing that. Now you can't fire Charlie. First off, he's way too popular, right? There's no board that's going to just pick a new. His name is on all the paperwork. He is the owner of all of these companies that we've been talking about. You're not going to get rid of him that way. If they make it look like an accident, well, that might not covet support in the absence of a very pragmatic frontman like Charlie Kirk, right? So by doing it the way that it happened, you create this shared trauma, and some people are still not over that. I'm sure even for you, right? Like it's still really
What the
hard to
fuck is he talking
come
about?
to grips with, Charlie
Yeah,
not being here.
Do you guys hear this? Like they just go and go and go about nothing.
this organization and these people, and ultimately Charlie, and believing in
Yeah,
him.
they all
Again,
do
I said this in the
this.
space earlier
They
today. It's
just
not about
ramble
me.
on and on and
It wasn't
on and
about
paint
Charlie.
these
It's not about
crazy
it
ass
wasn't about Turning Point. It was
fantasies
about
with
Charlie,
no
right? And like his
evidence.
vision for this country and what he believed and stood for. And I think that like
Yeah, they have trauma, all right.
the bureaucracy that ended up evolving, again, under the guise of Tyler Boyer, essentially, or people he had put into place, um, coupled with the people that were then installed on the Charlie Kirk side. Because again, you got to realize it's Turning Point USA, then there's Turning Point Action, that's separate, and then there's like the Charlie Kirk Show, which is a separate entity, and then Turning Point Faith is a separate entity. So that's at least four separate groups, right, under the same ecosystem. But all these different people were installed in different places primarily by Tyler, and whether it's Andrew or Blake or even Mikey and Erica, like again, I was there before any of these people got involved.
Well, it would help if they
Before it
would
was
let other
cool to
people
like be attached to
talk.
Charlie Kirk, before there was anything to gain from being attached by Charlie Kirk. I actually, lost a lot of friends early on for being a Charlie Kirk supporter and all that kind of stuff. It wasn't as cool to be a conservative as it was
He
there in
lost a lot of
2024.
friends, guys. Lost a
So
lot of friends for being a Charlie Kirk supporter. Tells you kind of where he was, probably, right? The people he was around. Crazy.
and I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. It just feels weird. And again, I think that many times
I've never lost one friend for liking Charlie Kirk. It's wild, guys.
want us to deny those feelings, and a lot of times I feel like that's the Holy Spirit just speaking to us. And you know outside of the political stuff, Charlie Kirk had a hand in the spiritual realm, and if you
I will say, Blake isn't a bitch. Straight up, CJ. Blake likes to get going. Blake likes to talk and have people talk. Blake doesn't really get like super touchy and, I got to mute people and you can't like say what you want about Blake. He's not this.
knew, like, it just feels weird, it feels off, and I think most people can feel
I think
that.
he's crazy.
But when you log
He's
online,
completely
there's
out of
all
his
these different
mind.
bot accounts that are coming out of nowhere because there's so much money being flooded to fill this conversation. And
I might have to just pull that up and listen to that, CJ.
he
Like maybe just your part.
is a free speech app where this stuff isn't being monitored or sent back to like the NSA or something. X is basically a government app at this point because Elon Musk is a government contract.
But they all hate Blake, so works for me.
The more we talk about it, the more we need to be able to have these articulate conversations, because it is turning into just like a Candace versus Turning Point, and it's like we're not going to get anywhere if that's how this continues to go.
Bro, you got it 100%. Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better. Like, I really hope people are hearing what he's saying right now. Like, that's so important to understand. Like, there's no ego here. There's like, I'm not gonna wax
No ego here. Don't you know who I am? There's no ego here, guys.
Matters so much because it comes up here. It's not the only
No,
instance of it, and if we don't wrap our
no
minds around it,
self-awareness
it's gonna keep
at
happening.
all with these people.
I assure you, it's gonna keep happening. That's why we
Notice a
need
lot of the
we
typical
can't just start
Candace crazy
scattergunning
folks seem
blame
to
for
be
clicks.
Oh,
it's
shoot.
not a good idea.
Scroll is going
And
too
the
fast.
South takes
I've
the
noticed a lot of
posture of
typical Candace
marching
crazy
all the
folks seem to
arrows
be
up to
driving
the arrow
themselves
red
even
tape.
further down the crazy
That's
train
not
this
the
week.
point here. The
Yeah.
point is not to shoot
Yeah. They're,
arrows. The
yeah,
point is to fulfill the
crazy
actual
cope in
mission, the
real
vision
time.
for our actual country. Not to sit here and fight and just take arrows back and forth, because they're going to get slung in both directions. And at the end of the day, we're not going to make any forward progress, and everyone's just going to get beat up in the process. And that's what they want. It's going to waste our time. It's going to dwindle our resources and ultimately just exhaust everyone. So I'm so glad that like you phrased it this way.
That
I
game will
was going to
last
ask
about
you
10
about this clip. So I
minutes
have a couple of clips. I don't know
before
if there's
somebody
a lot
blacks
more.
out.
Like, did you want to add on to that point, guys? If you could, I'd never ask for reshares, but could you guys share this space out? My reach has gotten absolutely decked in the past couple of days because I'm talking about intelligence operations and like, just to be clear, guys, I'm not gonna sit here and say Israel did it or like Mossad did it. What is clear to me
No, I'm
is
just
that
going to
there's a skill
imply
set
like
that was
crazy
applied
over and
that
over
day that
again.
is atypical, a common. It's not just a military standard kind of thing. This reeks of an intelligence, an assassination by covert means, very much like what we read and learn about, kind of what the Mossad trains to do. And Mossad has written a book on assassinations. So that's where we have to like start to understand that there was a very strong motive. It had to do with influence, it had to do with money, access, networks, all of that. Charlie was sitting at the pinnacle of it, whether he liked it or not. And I'm sure that's not what he asked to be. It's just sort of what he became, and in that it matters who you surround.
Fucking dude just like loves to hear his own voice.
And I think he figured that
That's
out.
Stephanie's been trying to talk for like 30 minutes.
The organization, which like you're hearing here, had become quite laden with red tape and bureaucracy and layers and approvals and departments, right? Just complicated for what it was, right? He was very successful before all the red tape and all of that. So now we have to really ask, like, what was the purpose of having
Yeah,
all
I
of
know.
those middle layers in
Tell
there?
me
Like,
about
what
it,
was the
Eclectic.
purpose of it? And part of it was to sort of keep Charlie from like being Max Charlie. We would have had, I hope people resonate with that. I'll shut up here, but did you want to add on to that? Guys, share the space, please.
No, you're fine, dude. Keep talking. I've talked so much
No,
today, and like I
no,
probably gotta head
please
out here
don't.
soon. But
Please
like,
don't keep
no, you're
talking.
right. Like I think that it was very much like again,
Stephanie wanted to
we
talk.
have to use history here. I'm not gonna just go on the record and just openly throw accusations like, oh, Benjamin Netanyahu ordered a hit, or like, it was all these
It's
people. But I think
ones.
that like there's so much
Right, right.
inconsistency here
Are
and
they
so
though?
many
Are
things
they
that don't
Americans?
add up. And especially if you compare it to the questions that Charlie himself asked about JFK relentlessly, it's very naive to just, try and expect us to accept the narrative here. Um,
Guys, help me out. How often did Charlie Kirk talk about JFK? They make it sound like Charlie Kirk was talking about JFK assassination like every time he went live.
Articulate about this kind of stuff.
Is it okay if I offer a solution?
1 second, Proxy, real quick. So I wanted to play
Oh,
this.
no.
Well, I'm going to do a couple of clips here for you. I found out the guy's name was Kyle Kalinske. Does that name ring a bell, Kyle Kalinske?
Kyle
Crystal Ball's
Kalinske? I
boyfriend.
don't think so.
Okay.
Kyle,
Crystal
maybe a
Ball's
little bit.
husband.
It
I'll
sounds kind of
I'll
familiar.
play it. I'll play it in a second. So
It sounds kind of familiar.
this is, maybe when you hear the voice, you'll recognize it. But yeah, I'll just play a short bit. I have it up on my timeline now if you guys want the video. It's older, but
No,
very,
I don't.
very relevant to what we're talking about. So this was the first show back. Let me just check sound. Let me make sure I got the sound hooked in.
I said to him,
All right, 1 second. Let me try it this way.
and
All
No,
right, what's going
no,
on
not the
here?
isn't that
Unabomber.
crazy? Like, we were talking about
Am I
That's
not on
Ted
the stage?
Kaczynski.
just everything.
All
Like,
right,
we just
last
had a
shot.
moment.
Uncle Ted.
He's
No.
just like, yeah, it's all God. He just
Oh,
did it.
okay. I know what I
Yeah,
need to do.
it's all
Kyle
God.
Kalinski's
And as I was driving,
fucking lefty
15:30.
podcaster, I think.
There we go. Sorry, guys. I have this little app thing. I
Yeah,
noticed
kind of catching that
Trying to
vibe, Gina.
display this clip.
and he's just like, yeah, it's all God. He just instantly
Uh-oh. I don't know what happened.
just comment on what you're saying, because one of the last trips that I took with Charlie was a couple weeks ago, and we were flying all over the country, spent hours on the plane. And I said to him, "Isn't it crazy? Like, we were talking about South Park, we were talking about just everything. Like, we just kind of had a moment." And he's just like, "Yeah, it's all God." He just instantly goes, "Yeah, it's all God. It's all God." And as I was driving to the office in the studio this morning, I thought to myself, it was always God, and God has not pulled his hand away from Charlie Kirk. It did not pull his hand away from Turning Point. He did not pull his hand away from this country. It was always God that got us here. There were so many times, and I want the audience to know this. There were so many times where we felt like our backs were so against the wall that we were not going to get through whatever it was.
Yep. Yo.
That this thing happened, or this. It was just so many things. It's impossible right now. Now's not the time to get into the details. There was just so many things, and Charlie and I would feel the weight of the world when we would talk to each other. And I know you felt it. I know you felt it. I know you felt it. And then we got through it, and it was God. And somehow we came out stronger and better. And and Charlie had more influence, and our reach and our staff and everything just kept growing time and time again. And he
Have a good
knew
night, Miss
that it was
McCat.
all God's hand. He knew it was all the blessing of God on him and on this organization and on the show.
Yesterday I said,
So this is the very first show, and when I heard this the first time, I was just like, "This is so distant." Now they're like snickering while they're doing this. This is Jack Posobiec, Andrew Colvett was the speaker, Blake Neff
Yes.
is there, and Tyler Boyer, and they've essentially like now they're in the control center, and they thought this would like play like respectfully, so they left an empty space and put Charlie's chair in the studio empty with a microphone in front of it as if like as a placeholder for where Charlie would be. And they go off on this story about how they got the chair and Charlie's tall and they went to this they ordered a bunch of expensive chairs that they didn't work
Oh
out
yeah,
for
the
him.
chair thing was a big deal. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the chair thing is yeah, and then they ended up going to some Office Max down the street,
Yeah, I
and he just
agree.
like grabbed
And
this like
Yep.
not expensive chair, and he loved it. Like it was his big green chair. Like it just yeah, it was like big, so he's a tall dude. It just worked out for him. Anyway, so they left that chair sitting there in the studio, but his assertion is like they keep trying to tell these stories reminiscing about Charlie, and it's like there's just something off about it, like I can tell you really cared a lot about him, like I can just tell, right? Like the vibe, I think everybody can like detect
the
it,
vibe.
but like to make this point that, they're like, we got to say something and it has to be like religious and it has to be, so he comes up essentially to say that Charlie's death is all God. And it's just seeing Turning Point through to the next level, like taking Turning Point to the next level. And that was, remember, what had come out when Blumenthal's reporting and then Candace's reporting, which were apparently different sources, where Charlie was offered a bunch of
Just
money
hop into
by
the space.
Benjamin Netanyahu, or Israel, let's just call it Israel.
All you got to do is just click in and then request to speak.
Turning Point to the next level. And somehow sitting in this room in the wake of Charlie.
I shared it on my X timeline, if you follow me on X.
They're sitting there saying this is all God, meant to take Turning Point to the next level, that Charlie's been assassinated. I just couldn't square it, man. What do you think hearing that?
Yeah, no, it again, I've had a lot of the
Yeah,
thoughts
there's
I've
nothing
been
there's nothing
expressing
worse
now,
than dumb people
since
who
the
think they're
beginning. Like
smart.
I never, I'll be very honest, I never got good vibes from these people when they were first introduced and brought in. And again, like people can say whatever they want about that, right? But it's like I don't know. Again, there's certain elements of people and humans and the human spirit that I feel like you're able to read people. Especially having been inside of that system for as long as I was. And so to watch them, tell these kind of honestly just like nothing stories, I don't know, like for as much as Charlie Kirk did, I feel like
Dunning
they have
Kruger is
watered
very real.
down so much of what he built and stood for and put his life on the line ultimately for, right? And I just
Vibes.
pinned something at the top, which is like, people
Vibes.
forget that these four had a show together called Thought Crimes, where they were more than happy to openly push conspiracy theories and call, Zelensky a tranny and all this kind of stuff. And now they're acting like anyone who dares step out of line or would hurl an accusation their way, or not even an accusation, just a question. Like, I'm not even hurling baseless accusations. I'm just asking questions that I have, genuinely, because yeah, I do care a lot about Charlie and his legacy, and I don't really care about Turning Point at this point
Truth
because
is in
they're
here.
not
Maybe Truth will say something.
acting in a way that I feel like honors everything that he built. I feel like they are quite literally
Did
just
CJ bail?
using him for monetary gain, and that to me is just tragic and evil. And again, I think we have to step out of the political and get to the higher level, which is the spiritual. And uh, I posted yesterday. I had a donor reach out to me because they were given a tour, and in the same building where Charlie's studio and offices, there's a full text of the Zohar, Jewish mysticism, the Kabbalah. So like, again, depending on how deep
Whoa,
we
whoa,
want to
whoa!
go
Say
into
that
this,
again. Say that
and
again.
oh yeah, you want me to
Wait,
pin
wait.
it? I'll
Say
pin
that
it right
again.
now. I'll pin it
Yeah,
right now.
yeah.
You can read it. Hang on.
What?
Again, I had a donor reach out to me anonymously. They reached out to me via DM, Twitter Premium, just so they could DM me, and they said, hi, like, please keep me anonymous, whatever. I've been sitting on this. I've been sending it to a couple people. No one seems to take it
That's
serious.
fair.
Will you please listen to it and like look at this? And I'm like, yeah, for sure. They're like, all right, this is in Charlie's building. This is in the, right outside the recording studio, in between his.
Oh shit! You dropped out. Are you there?
Shit.
Okay, you
Yeah.
dropped
Well,
out for just a second.
I'm getting a call from
5
DC and it's an
gifted
unknown number,
memberships
so that's
from
kind of
Raw. Hey,
frightening.
man, appreciate it.
But
Bro, just
anyways,
stay live. Stay
Appreciate,
live.
guys. I
I'm just
appreciate
gonna
all the
stay live in
support.
case anything happens. And
Like
Yeah.
genuinely,
yeah.
it's wild.
Wow, that's
Not
kind
gonna
of
lie.
scary.
Thank you.
Bro, yo, I had my space crash in the weirdest way. All my screens went off. The space didn't crash. That's why I wasn't talking for a while. Like I had to go do a hotspot and shit. So, dude, I'm telling you, like, if you're over the target, it's the message that doesn't go out. Like this exploding thing, it's viral. Everybody's talking. It's
I don't know.
yeah.
He's
Go
saying
ahead.
it
Well,
was
and so anyway,
there
so
was a
this
book in there.
donor investor reached out to me a couple
Okay,
days
here we go.
ago, and they said, "Hey, I've sent this to a couple people. No one seems to really be taking it seriously. You seem to, be willing to ask questions. Will you look at this?" And I was like, "I'll look at anything for sure. I've been in that building. Happy to." And just generally speaking, like, I feel that this photo, I just pinned it to the top, needs to be addressed. Obviously donors have questions, and that's where I go, okay, who's in charge of the donors at Turning Point? It's Stacy Sheridan. She's the senior director of
Have a
development.
great night,
So
Raw.
why is Stacy Sheridan outside of the courthouse when donors have questions, when they were just given a tour 5-6 months ago at an investors retreat, right? And why are they coming to me, a former employee who's now been fired from Maricopa County 2 weeks after speaking out? Again, I didn't work for Turning Point at the time. I didn't work with VI. I was doing my own thing for 9 months. I went to the memorials. I was there supporting these people because I wanted to trust them. And, I really did think that they were going to, at least live out Charlie's legacy. And it just seems that they are so insistent.
It sure seems to me that Charlie read about theology a lot, so I would assume he's probably got all kinds of books.
And so it's very, that's just how I feel personally.
Means
Now, like,
absolutely nothing.
we'll see what happens. I could be proven entirely wrong. And I don't know, to me, it just feels like there's far more motive in one direction than there is that some random 20-year-old just woke up one day and was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go off Charlie Kirk today because I want to, impress my transgender boyfriend." Like, I don't know, it's just weird. The whole thing doesn't make sense, right? Like, you have to go the same route Charlie did with JFK, which is who benefited the most, and then from there, a lot more questions begin
Candace
to
Owens.
unravel.
Guys, we
benefited
have
the
to
most.
like bring our. I'm so glad you're saying this, dude. I really hope you come around more to these spaces and stuff. I know sometimes they kind of drone on. I've been putting in the hours, and anybody could tell you, dude. So it's so
I
good
mean,
to like
the left has
hear it from
benefited. It
the
looks like
inside, like
midterms
that.
are going to be a problem.
Because I've
I'd
taken
say
a
they
totally
benefited
different.
quite a
I'm
bit.
pretty decent analyst, right? But I'm not a politics guy. I'm
Sure
not
doesn't
a
look like
podcasting
TPUSA
guy. I'm
has
not even really a social
benefited
media
too much, does
person.
it?
It's mostly I'm just
Looks
sort of
like they're
good at
kind
like
of having a hard
connecting
time.
dots and like taking myself out of the whole like ego and social. Maybe that's why it works. It's because I'm really not in all the personal, interpersonal dramas and wars. I don't even really know it, right? I mean, besides what like sort of splashes out. But like everything you're saying, man, it's so like coming
CJ, are
at
there
it from
any
a
other
completely
spaces going
different
on right now? Is
angle.
this the only one?
It seems like we're sort of meeting in the middle here, and that's what's really shaping up to make sense, right? I completely agree with you. In fact, most of these like leftists that they want to us to abhor and they're going to ruin the country. And if you know what's good for like these people just don't know what's good for them. So we need to strong arm them into like making these decisions for the Republican Party and blah, 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 blah. It's just like putting the cart before the horse. And like ultimately, are these people who are truly interested in our nation, like in our people or in their party? Right? Like we have to realize we have a nation here. And
There
whether it's like
are
on,
other
on a
ones?
religious basis, you arrive at this,
Tag
great.
me.
Whether it's like philosophical, cool, right? But it's about the nation. Like
Trillion
when the
talks too
reason I
much.
play that COVID thing for you is because for him, it's just like keep TPUSA going at any cost. And instantly my mind, I was like, at any cost, huh? It's all God anyway, you know? And unfortunately, we've been seeking answers in the wrong places. Andrew, Colvett, Erica, and Neff, they're not going to tell you. I mean, think about it. What are we offering them? Hey, just tell the truth, be a good person. Well, as soon as they do that, like our friend here, I'm so glad you decided to hop in today. Look at what happens, right? Like he was sort of like brought up through working there, working somewhere else, and then someone makes a call, and now he's out of a job, right? And
And
this
I
is
just, I just, I just would also like to point out that, like, Charlie was very much like, if you want to work at Turning Point for the rest of your life, we'd be happy to have you. But also, like, he wanted to develop culture warriors. Like, that was his whole thing, was to go into the culture and make an impact, right? And I ended up working for the state in the county here, and I had a role where I was editing videos that ended up getting shown to the next generation.
Did you just send me the one that we're in?
Feel like Charlie would want people to do. So I was happy to be in that role. And again, like, I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt and trust that, they were going to act in a way that reflected Christ. And I just feel like, again, this is a much deeper and larger conversation than
No, that's the one that it pulls
either
up.
side I feel like is having right now, which is like, how are you able to days after forgive someone for committing murder, which is a sin, and then
No. Yeah, no, it
simultaneously
just
just
pulls the one
engage in
up that we're in.
lockstep, uh, almost defamation of someone's character with Candace. Like everyone's talking about how Candace is going to get sued. Like, I don't know, man. These people need to be careful because, like, it's just there's so much going on, in my opinion, right? And
Oh, see,
that in and of itself does not reflect, I feel like, what Christ stood for or what Charlie himself stood for. So it's interesting. And again, no one's talking
oh,
about it this
perfect.
nuanced. It's
I
just
can't
there's
wait for
all
Artifacts to tell me what
again,
Christ stood
anyone who
for.
has a
I'm
large
sure he's
following, I'm
incredibly
immediately skeptical of.
knowledgeable.
I operate of like, you are a Fed until proven otherwise, right? And again, I'm not getting paid to talk. I'm not getting paid to post. Yeah, I'm in the process of writing a book right now. That's going to be kind of my perspective on what's happened from Charlie Kirk all the way back
Oh,
to
he's writing a
Reconstruction
book.
in Germany. The working title is Gambling, Gooning, and Goyslop: The Decline of the American Male. And so, stay tuned to that if you want to learn more. But like, this is a very
Sounds like a
complex and
banger.
nuanced.
Sounds like a banger.
You have to read. Are you a E. Michael Jones fan?
I don't know if I've ever heard of him.
Bro, for your book, pick up his new book. It's called Walking with a Bible and a Gun. The rise, fall, and return of American identity. Bro, this book, like, you would love this book. Like, you got to check out E. Michael
Heck
Jones.
yeah.
I heard your
I just
stuff
wrote that
before.
down. Definitely, for sure.
Yeah, dude, it really will. It's like American identity. He goes back to Germany, like all of it. It's super important. Yeah, you can pin all that stuff too. Like we'll help. I mean, I'm not a big account, but we'll do what we can. I know there's
No,
big
for sure.
accounts
And
that listen.
I mean, it's still in a rough draft phase. But I mean, to go back to your point about just like the Colvett kind of speech and why it's always kind of bothered me. Right, like, I'll give you a perspective, right? I spent how many years working for this company in different forms or fashions, and the week of everything that was kicking off, I had reached out to multiple people and offered to staff the event as a camera op that I had done in the past. Obviously, I'd worked 5 Trump rallies before, so it would not be outside of the realm of possibility for me to come back on a contract event, especially for something as significant as this. It wasn't even about the money; it was just about, like, I want to you know, be there for Charlie and be a part of that. I was not able to. Reached out to Tyler personally, was like, hey, like, you got a floor seat. He definitely had floor seats for a bunch of people and didn't get one. I had to like fight to get down there. And it just was like, not anything.
The minute I see somebody say this, why did nobody from TPUSA call 911? they're automatic retards to me. Like, it's just automatic. If they have that opinion and that's a serious statement from them, why would I ever listen to them or their opinion about anything ever? They have no clue what the hell they're talking about.
Again, it was just how these people operated. It was the people that Tyler would bring in and elevate
So
to
I'm glad
power
I
who, like,
found
you
that.
didn't ask
Glad I looked
questions,
at his
and if you
profile.
did, you were kind of
Sure, he's a really
sidelined,
nice guy.
right? And I
I
definitely
think
was
he's
not
just
afraid
kinda
to ask
stupid.
questions because that's what Charlie told us to do. Again, I was one of the first people to suggest that Charlie debate Nick Fuentes in 2021 as a
Bro,
producer on the debate night show.
we got
And
robbed, bro. If he had talked to Nick, I think he just needed, like, the problem is you can't meet these people halfway. I said the same thing. But yeah, could you tell us more about that?
yeah, no, for sure. I'll pin it right now. Here, let me pin it. You guys can read the conversation. So, yeah, I mean, we had already started
he
debate night
didn't
planning.
I don't think he had much work history. He was in college and then interned with TPUSA and then worked with TPUSA till 2023 and then left to do freelance work. I think that's the gist of it, Noah.
And immediately was just shut down by, Connor
I believe
Clegg,
that's
who
what he
was
said, or pretty
his
close to
producer
it.
before Andrew Colvett, and then
Ask
Andrew
him if he
Colvett
worked
was
at
already in the
TPUSA.
chat, and then
Well,
he
he
was,
did.
directing
He
the
did.
directors of productions at that point. Like, you'll see it. They're like, don't reach out from Charlie's account anymore. We're gonna teach you how to reach. We're gonna tell you how to reach out. It's very much like controlled. It seems like, right? And this was very common. And so again, like, anyone's career is made or broken by Tyler
no
Boyer
clue.
at either side of Turning Point USA or Turning Point Action. So it's just it's very interesting to me. Again, I feel
Yeah, that's kind
like
of the
pinned
sounds.
from a
They
very
probably thought he was a little
than,
goofy,
this year.
and they didn't really like promote him up the ladder very much or something, and
Again,
so he decided to leave to go
things on my
do
mind. I had a
freelance.
feeling I might lose my job if I spoke out. That's kind of why I waited 9 months. I wanted to give these people benefit of the doubt, but the truth matters more to me. I care a whole hell of a lot about Charlie. It's like the only I think this is the only
What
thing I
job
had
would
in my
he
life. I was
lose?
there
I
for
thought he
13 years.
quit
Like,
working with him at
I
2023.
met Charlie at 15 and, watched him bleed out when I was 26. So it's just like, that's pretty much everything I've been a part of my whole life. So, it's just really sad to watch it go in this direction, especially having put so much of my own youth into it. And then to watch these people try and just get us to vote in the next election and convict this one dude and not pursue the deep state that Charlie himself spent years waging war against, I think is just evident of a much larger issue that they are working pretty hard to not be talked about. But we just have to keep doing it.
Yeah, there's so interesting you brought that up. 100%, man. I couldn't agree with you more. And like the problem they had is that as much of like what seemed like vitriol, and I think that was like played up way more than there was between like Nick and Charlie. The problem is that like when he took the hand of
Yeah, guys, I
Horowitz
don't
and
know. I don't know if these
eulogized him,
people.
wrote this big long
I don't know if they've ever
eulogy
voted, if
after
they do
Horowitz passed
vote,
away,
if they
attributing
voted
a lot
MAGA. I have
of
no idea.
TPUSA to David
But
and
let's
all
just
that,
say that
right?
they
The
did.
problem is Nick and
Listen to
Charlie
them. This
would
is
have
why I'm so
agreed on
black-pilled.
sort of like the most consequential part of both of their platforms, which is putting
They don't
America first. And they
understand
couldn't have that. They
what
couldn't
the fuck
have
they're
that gap
doing.
starting to close. Remember what happens during COVID is the other conservative right-wing voices
Unless
are
they're
out
covert
there, but they
leftists, then
all
I
get
suppose they know
shoved
exactly
off of
what
the
they're doing.
platforms. So you essentially end up with Ben Shapiro on the right and Charlie Kirk, who of course like far outshone him, but those were pretty much your options on the right. Everybody else got deplatformed, right? Or just like relegated to the trenches. So that was, yeah, I think if they actually ever were allowed to speak, that's why I'm saying it's so valuable that you put it that way, that it was almost like a decision from the top, right?
Just
In
pop in there and be
principle,
like,
that
wait,
they
did
could
you
not
worked for
have this
TPUSA for
debate,
sure?
which would have been fantastic debate. Anyway, I always think about that too. I was like, man, if Nick and Charlie had gotten that chance to speak, it would have like, I don't know. I think it really would have shook things up in a positive way. But in your regard too, man, I think you really will land on your feet here, because like you're doing the hard thing, right? Like you're doing this the way that like doesn't feel good, but is the right thing to do. And I think ultimately you will be rewarded for it. So yeah, man, looking forward to your work. Let me do a couple of clips
Dude,
real quick. If you
Proxy was
guys,
trying to talk like a half
all right. So
hour
first,
ago
I'm gonna
now.
play just because you probably haven't heard these. One is going to be the Wolves of Finance. He's going to play the recording of Tyler Boyer in his
Oh,
own words. All right. So if there's any
all right.
doubts, okay, you're going to
He's going to
hear
play
it
Wolves of
from
Finance.
Tyler
I
in
might
his
leave.
own words.
Knowledge. Since Tyler Boyer's change in title in 2022, no one has held the position of COO
Guys, I don't
at
want to
Turning
listen
Point
to
USA
this.
until Charlie Kirk's memo appointing Justin Strife. And anyone who has worked in corporate America knows that if you get a title change and no one backfills your position, you still end up doing your old job.
Yeah, this guy, like,
So it is still likely that Charlie Kirk.
guys, I can't listen to Wolves in Finance. What are we doing? I'm not. I'm out. I can't handle Wolves in Finance. He's the most obvious grifting POS out there. What is Stealth? What is Trump's global therapy? What's the dude? Stealth has so many spaces all the time. All the time. Are they good? Is there, you know what? Let's go. I'm gonna replay a little bit of Blake's. He is incredibly creepy. The dude's a weirdo. He's probably playing. Never mind. Never mind.
Things that shoots out towards blanding, which
and charities and all kinds of shit.
well, that's the thing. I mean, all of this stuff. If they think that people are
CJ,
just
how
going to
far
forget
in were you
about
talking
this,
to him?
and
Roughly,
even
if you
if
can remember.
Tyler's family is in on it as well, and they're all counting on a payday, and the payday, there has to be the follow through in order for the payday to actually happen, type of thing. I mean, they're
I'm on YouTube. Keep that in mind.
watched when it comes to
Oh no.
Big money just happening on a family.
Oh yeah, I mean, it can't come out of nowhere and then
No.
have him be in the middle of this. Kelly made a good point today when I was watching her. She said that this
and like fantastic. You can literally catch, and let's say it's like a ground ball to shortstop, and he goes to turn a double. Literally, they're wearing their red shirts, and he walks down to where the tent is being set up, and is talking with someone. That's how I took it.
I don't know. I just want to see CJ before Blake does his thing. Do you want to chat with him?
Well, yeah. What's the question that you have about the 3D model?
Oh, I don't have a single question about it. I use it. I think it's great. It's the
CJ nailed
behind, like, it's like, I guess the interaction that Gary had. Were you there, or were you just the one who built out the model?
I'm the one who built it out.
Okay, but so you weren't there with him and the pilot.
Yeah, Peter, who was the
yes,
operating pilot.
Yeah. So what I'm guessing is the interaction that Gary had with the officer is the interaction that I had on the phone today. And then Gary just went.
Yeah, I can't speak on behalf of Gary or Peter.
Sure. Yeah. No, I would never.
Mean, they told me what happened, but I'd rather them speak on.
Well, there's nothing for them to speak on. I mean, that happened so long ago, and I mean, like, it's been a dead issue, but apparently it's not a dead issue. So this is what I'm looking forward to tomorrow, is just clarity on what they define as their owned airspace, if they even have owned airspace. Because I don't need to tell Chief Long that drones are able to fly, across the street or a building over, and as long as you're maintaining line of sight on the UAV, that
you are correct,
that you're legal. Okay.
You don't there that's airspace. You can't enforce airspace. You can only enforce where you're actually operating it from.
I'll tell you why. I will tell you why, Noah, because they don't have anything. They got their asses kicked. in the preliminary. They got absolutely shit on. So they just have to like, well, nuh-uh, what about this? Nuh-uh. That's it. Bro, but you've seen it. They're putting out fake pictures, or they're claiming pictures don't like the rifle. I seen one dumb tard post today. They took the original picture that the New York Post released and they flipped it, right? Here, I'll pull it up. I'll just pull it up quick. This won't take long. They mirrored the image to try to make the argument, and I'm not even sure. They might be stupid. They might not even know that it was a mirrored image. But they mirrored the image of that photo to compare it to the new photo that we got in the hearing today to make the argument that it's not the same rifle. These people are stupid. They're stupid, or they're doing, oh, wow, sweet. It got community noted. So awesome. But look at this. These are not the same gun. They mirrored the image. This would be a left-handed rifle, left-handed bolt action. That is not a left-handed bolt action. It wasn't. It's mirrored. And then they pulled it up and they're like, look, see, not the same rifle. I saw this so much on X today. People are stupid. Stupid. So dumb. I don't know. I don't understand why they want Tyler off so bad. I can understand why they want to attack TPUSA. I can understand why they want to get rid of TPUSA. Makes perfect sense to me. That makes sense. Why they want to get Tyler off so bad makes no sense. Because he's one of them. I suppose they have to support him or something, right? Like that's how they get down. Trigger Smart crew was literally stunned today. Then they finally figured out they needed to triple down on everything as a setup. I watched a little bit of their stream, but it was during a break, so they were just going over super chat. So I have no idea what they've even said. But it's been 100% been confirmed he didn't turn himself in until 9 p.m. on the 11th. It's insanity. Yeah, I get it. I get it. But what else do they have? They don't have anything. They have nothing. Nothing. And they got things did not go well for them at the hearing. Trigger Smart looked like he knew Valhalla was saying bullshit. I believe it. I believe it. I seen that you tagged me in a Baze post, but I didn't see the tag. Ben DM'd me that post that Baze made. So it would appear that that somebody might not be as, what's the word? It would appear he's just decided to go full grift, likes the attention. So makes sense. Doesn't surprise me at all. Doesn't surprise me at all. Trigger Smart, he seems at least halfway decent. No, can't get away from the grift. No. Audience captured. Not surprised.
So if you're on, let's say if you're on campus somewhere and you're operating it, they can tell you cannot do that there because you cannot be operating it there. And that's just with the campus or the Orem police. I have no idea what the what the law was with those guys or campus police. But if you're across the street, like Gary was, you can fly wherever you want.
100%. Yeah, that's all. Like it's been a dead issue.
Trigger's the only one of those guys that actually will concede things and wants a bit of the actual truth. I hope so, man. Like, I hope there's one decent person over there. I really do. And I've never, I've never trashed Trigger. I've always been pretty respectful towards Trigger. The little that I've even talked about him. But I don't know. There's part of me that is like, I kind of want to, like, if I could know how they really think and what they really feel and not be and not ever tell anybody, like, I think I would take that for nothing more than to see if I'm right about any of them. Does that make sense? Because I really want to know. I really, really, really want to know. Trigger Smart is smarter than the others. Valhalla is willfully ignorant and dumb. Some are more, some are definitely more obvious, for sure. How about the Ian Carroll crash out today? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, to any normal, sane person, Ian Carroll looked really bad today. He did not do himself any favors at all. I'm just, what was it? I'm just referring to the experts in this. Only expert he has, Valhalla. The Green Beret. Valhalla's a tough guy with no spine at all. I don't know. I mean, Valhalla pushed back against Mitch Snow, and he saw the gravy train starting to leave, and he decided he was not going to do that. I think that's pretty obvious. I don't think you have to be a rocket scientist to see that one. That he pushed back against Mitch Snow, and holy crap, did he see the money going away. Jimmy Dore's a fucking idiot. Don't get me started on Jimmy Dore. I can't stand that dude. I've never been able to stand that dude. I started giving a little props when he started pushing back against COVID. It's like, all right, that's solid. I mean, it's hilarious to me that he had to go as far as to get injured to go, hey. But fuck that guy. Is anyone worse than Lionel, though? Yeah. Lionel's I've never heard of this dude until this happened. What was he? Has he always been some weird, old, creepy media dude? Like what was he? Does he talk about politics normally? I don't know shit about Lionel. All I know is he's clearly grifting. I missed it. What happened with Ian? Ian's just been all over X today, losing his mind. Like all of them, because they got shit on today in the hearing. Trigger Smart looked like he was thinking shit. TR did it. I don't know if you guys know who Sean Strickland is. I'm sure there's some MMA fans in here. Sean Strickland even posted today on X. I don't know if you guys saw this or not. Hold on. I got to pull this up. This was hilarious. Cuz Sean Strickland's been on a Jew hate run for a minute now. Here, check out this post. It got community noted. Of course it got community noted. So Strickland says, I like a conspiracy theory as much as the next guy, but Tyler shot Kirk. Is it weird? Yes. Should you ask questions? Yes. But all evidence points to it being the kid. Anyone watching the trial? What's the community note? Tyler Robinson is not on trial. A preliminary hearing is being held to determine if there is enough evidence to put Robinson on trial. Okay, that's whatever. Sounds good. I don't mind that. Correct all these people. It is not a trial. You could say it's pre-trial, I suppose. But even Sean Strickland's like, hey guys, are you watching this? You guys watching this? Sure looks like the kid did it. Ryan Dawson, right? A lot of people don't like Ryan Dawson. Ryan Dawson's still coming in clutch on this. He confessed. We obviously know it was Robinson. Ryan Dawson, one of the biggest anti-Zionist people out there for decades, is still like, you guys are retarded. You guys are retarded. Robinson did it. You're all stupid. Fuentes, I agree. The most logical explanation is that Israel, Egypt, France, Erica Kirk, and Brian Harper all work together to do it. And anyone else who Candace doesn't like. Bullets are weird. I just went hog hunting, and let me tell you, every hit did something different. There were so many people. All of a sudden, they really hate Sean Strickland now. They've been riding his coattails for a minute. What the hell just happened? This just reset? Oh, why does X suck? All right, we'll try this again. Sorry, CJ.
I'm the one who built it out.
Okay, but so you weren't there with him and the pilot.
Yeah, Peter, who was the
Peter, yes.
operating pilot.
Yeah.
He
So
was
what I'm guessing is the interaction that Gary had with
Super
the
cringe.
officer is the interaction that I had on the phone today. And then Gary just
Yeah,
went.
I can't speak on behalf of Gary or Peter.
Sure. Yeah. No, I would never.
Mean, they
no,
told me what happened, but you know, I'd rather them speak on.
Well, they really,
what
there's
they
nothing for
believe.
them to speak on. I mean, like, that happened so long ago. And I mean, like, it's been a dead issue, but apparently it's not a dead issue. So this is what I'm looking forward to tomorrow is just clarity on what they define as their owned airspace, if they even have owned airspace. Because I don't need to tell Chief Long that drones are able to fly, um, across the street or a building over, and as long as you're maintaining line of sight on the UAV, that
You are correct.
that you're legal. Okay.
You don't there that's airspace. You can't enforce airspace. You can only enforce where you're actually operating it from. So if you're on let's say if you're on campus somewhere and you're operating it, they can tell you cannot do that there because you'll not be operating it there. And that's just with the campus or the Orem police. I have no idea what the what the law was with those guys or campus police. But if you're across the street, like Gary was, you can fly wherever you want.
100%. Yeah, that's all. Like it's been a dead issue.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been other people fly. I don't know why, unless I just haven't. And there's really no reason for me to be in tune with some rando on YouTube that posted a drone video. I mean, why would he go through and talk about all of the struggles if there were any struggles? So, anyways, I think this got blown out of proportion. But the good thing is, the good news, what I'm really looking forward to is a discussion with the chief, David Long, and hopefully the detective, and to where I can ask some questions on what they interpret these different variables to be, and then like how they police it. I mean, it's one thing if you're flying a drone over the courtyard as there's students in Mormon camp all reading their little daily devotional, right? I mean, that could potentially be a safety hazard. I mean, what if the drone
They
goes?
do that. They do that at events all the time, though. I mean, there's drones
There
at
are there are,
concerts and this. Yeah.
but per the 107, without a
Correct.
waiver or something, I mean, you're not supposed to fly over a crowd.
Correct.
Or
That is
traffic.
correct.
And so as long as you're following those rules, I mean, like, and you're not at the Pentagon, or the White House or the state capitol, you want to get a good picture of that lady statue on top of the dome.
How much forward do you want me to fast forward? I'm at hour 35 if you can't see it. Scott Adams was more edgy than Larry David by the end. Rest in peace, bald fella. Yeah, Scott had some. Yeah. I didn't dislike or hate Scott Adams. He had some takes I didn't agree with, and then he had some pretty base takes. It's so irrelevant why they are talking about flying drones.
I mean, you're good as long as you follow the rules within the one.
Fast forward to hour 59.
Pieces, but only sent 4 to the ATF. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna share it.
They would have taken all those bullet fragments out in an autopsy if there really was an autopsy.
Right.
Hang on real quick. Hey, Louisiana, I'm gonna let you have the reins, okay? While I upload, I'm gonna be listening, but will you just take it?
Sure, absolutely.
All right.
Leslie, you want to help me out? I'm gonna post this from to.
Take my reins, Louisiana.
Oh
Take my
my
reins
gosh,
hard.
it's too early.
James, you
Bro,
stop it.
I knew it. I freaking knew it.
It's too. It just got dark here, James.
James, are you ready to admit that it was the pendant yet?
Hey, hold up, Leslie.
No.
Let me just
I
go
want to
ahead
hear
and
what
throw a
Corby has to
comment.
say.
Yeah, let's come on, James. Let's do it.
Are you going to Chick-fil-A, Corby?
No, I'm parked at my house now. So,
Okay.
all right. So, as far as the argument with being able to shoot over the edge, yes, that's easily doable. 10 degrees down, that's fine. You could have the muzzle of the barrel probably like I think.
I don't know. I haven't. What do you think of that picture Blake put out saying the drone showed you couldn't see Charlie from the Losi Center? Yeah, but we know that that what? But you could see Charlie from the Losi Center. Yeah, I figured that was Corby speaking. I'm gonna play it in a second. He put out a I guess I didn't see this, Noah. How long ago did he put it out? Did he put out like a drone photo at like a stupid angle or something? To try to be like, look, you couldn't have seen, even though, yes, right, even though because of CJ, we know that there's absolutely an angle. Blake's also the one that sees the shockwave, where there's like he's posted that video so many times, like the shot of the top of the tent or the awning or whatever you want to call it. Where he's like, look, see, there's a shockwave. It's fucking nothing there. I don't know what he's looking at. I explained that coming up. Okay, perfect.
CJ was saying a foot to 2 foot behind the ledge and still get your angle, just depending on how you're propping your body up. You don't necessarily have to be standing up or even on a knee, but on a knee, if your muzzle was even with the ledge of the building, you could literally get like 45 degrees down. So there's a whole window there, and until you see videos, or they talked about some scuffling around in the gravel as to where he was laying and moving around, so that'll provide a little bit of indication. But yeah, you can get 10 degrees fairly easily. And I know the picture that Blake put up, a foot away from the ledge doesn't really show it pointing down very well, but just depending on how he's situated, and if he's got 30 seconds or up to 30 seconds in that position, he can be adjusting his body in all kinds of different ways and still have time to get a shot off. So as far as the possibility of being able to take that shot from that location, that's not really argumentative. You can't disclaim it for sure.
Can you speak to the bullet, Corby?
Honestly, I wasn't paying attention during that portion too much. I heard her talking about looking at rifling and having a fragment of the copper to be analyzed, and she had a diameter range of like 0.28.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. Yeah, I saw some of that where she was talking about having fragments of the copper to analyze rifling, couldn't match it to the gun necessarily, but came up with a diameter range of between 0.28 and something inches all the way up to like 3.01 as a range for diameter, which is caliber. And then I saw some of the pieces of lead and at least I guess one piece of copper jacket that was alleged, but there wasn't really much detail in there. If you can't match the rifling, then you're never going to match it to a gun. And so I don't know if she didn't answer the question that was being asked by the defense, but he was really trying to ask her, not necessarily, and maybe he didn't word it right, but in my mind, when he was saying it, he was asking her, like, what range of cartridges could this have come from instead of what diameter range? That would have been a good question to clarify for her. And she would have had to list out, 15 different calibers. And that would have been an eye-opening moment for a lot of people.
Well, I was going to say I did watch a lady who's she was a former defense attorney. Her name is Andrea Burkhart. She put out all the documents for that people have been referencing, or some people. But anyway, what she was saying with the tool mark situation on like bullets and things like that, it's not even an exact science. It's just kind of you look and you say, "Yep, that looks like it came from this gun" type deal. So in your experience with guns and firearms, does it seem like it's a little bit more exact than that, or is she kind of characterizing it correctly? It's just kind of you just look at it and you just say that yeah, they look the same.
Yeah, there's some tool marks. Like if you're shooting into water and you have a gun there, let's just take, for example, two identical guns that I produce that are both the same caliber, same barrel length and all, and the same rounds that come out of the same box of ammo, and you shoot them into water and you pull the two rounds out. These are perfectly clean rounds, right? So you can pull these out and maybe you can have a distinguishing mark on one of the bullets that the other bullet doesn't have based on the internals of the rifling and like little nicks or scratches that may be in the bore or the grooves of the land of the bore, maybe. But when you have a bullet that's
No, this is
gone
Corby
through
right now.
gone through material or flesh and it gets destroyed like that, and maybe you don't even see any rifling at all, but let's just say you see one portion of one of the 5 or 6 grooves that are in the bore on one bullet fragment, you're not going to be able to match that. Not a chance. Now, it doesn't require, obviously, you guys know just as well as I do that you don't
Yeah, I seen he deleted the picture, but the video is still up. He still has the video up. I was just watching it. Noah.
have to necessarily prove that I mean, number one, you don't have to
What's
have
up, Riri?
video of somebody pulling a trigger to get a murder charge and be convicted. You don't have to match a bullet to a particular rifle to get a conviction. Um, so there's, maybe there's a little bit too high expectations from the investigative side of thinking that everything has to be solidly proven to be able to get a conviction or even.
If what I saw today, if that's going to be their strategy going into trial to counter or to try to create doubt on whether or not that was the bullet from that rifle, I don't think they're gonna convince a jury of very much doubt. I think they're gonna struggle big time with that. Like when you factor in all the other pieces of evidence that we saw and then factor in everything else that we're pretty sure that they have, like there's no chance. There's no chance that to a unbiased jury, there's no chance the defense is going to create enough doubt for reasonable doubt. There's no fucking way.
Even the lower bar of being able to make it a trial. So I'm not really. I've looked at all the different conspiracies and ideas
Good night,
of
Urban.
everybody, and you know, a lot of it makes sense, and then a few things don't, and it's like that process of elimination that you got to go through
Hey,
to
Corby,
really. Yep.
I'm not trying to commandeer the conversation. I don't want to be accused of that. But I do want to ask, he did engrave some of those or the bullets. And would it be possible that the engravings on the bullet that shot or was
I wonder what would happen if Tyler gets let off. I think a lot of people will be very disgusted that he gets off. And I think a lot of people will probably be under the assumption that a candidate or two or more made it onto the jury.
found inside Charlie Kirk, would those engravings be able to be seen? Would they be able to be distinguished from the rifling? Could they
Did they?
even reconstruct the bullet to even read what the bullet said if it went
No,
into Charlie?
no, and maybe I missed it, but wasn't the
There's definitely a chance, Duke. There's definitely a chance that a candidate or two make it onto that jury. I'm not ruling that possibility out at all.
engraving done on the brass casing, or was it
It was on the
Oh
casing.
yeah,
Yeah,
you're right. It was on
it
the
was on the
casing.
casing.
Okay,
My
yep,
bad.
yep. So I
Oh,
mean, I don't
Corby,
really
the
have
rifling,
much else. Oh, go ahead,
the,
Leslie.
the rifling, is that like the striations that come from the barrel when it's shot?
Well, the rifling is the lands and grooves that make the bullet twist that go all the way down the bore.
But those are all like they're never identical. It's like a fingerprint, correct? Or is that wrong?
Um, that's an exaggeration. I mean, yes, every one of them is going to be different, but to be able to, like I was talking about, if I produce two barrels off the same machine, same gun, same ammo, on a microscopic level, you might be able to distinguish.
Yeah, that's a fair point, Eclectic. I'm guess I'm just specifically talking about this coming trial. It would be terrible for a lot of people, right? And a lot of people would be under the assumption then that there would be a candidate. That's it. Not anything past that.
The two projectiles coming from different guns, maybe, but practically not really.
And to
Did
piggyback
they
off
ever?
of that,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say to piggyback off of that, would you be able to tell, I guess, the class of gun or the range of guns if the rifling is kind of or the tool marks on the bullet are similar? Would you be able to say, hey, we can't say it's exactly this rifle, but these rifles tend to have these grooves? Could you narrow it down just to like a class or you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I know what you're trying to say,
Okay.
and possibly, but from the fragment that I saw, not. I don't think it's enough. She wasn't even able to tell the twist rate, so the twist rate would have come up in conversation, unless I missed it. But
I was
um,
going to ask the same thing if it was a 10-1.
yeah, if you can find the twist rate from a fragment, I mean that's challenging, and I would,
Hey, Nikki.
it seemed like it'd be
What's up?
pretty easy to debunk from a defense perspective. Like, how did you determine that twist rate? Like, let's go through the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, on a fragment, you can theoretically pull off a bit of metal and straighten it out, like she was talking about unpilling the petals. Um, and you can see the grain direction of the copper. So all metal has a grain direction. And then if you were able to capture one of the grooves, whether it's the back side or the front side of the groove, pressing into the copper, you could compare the angle of one of those grooves to the grain direction of the bullet. But even
I forget who I was talking to. I think it was in a space, but I was asking about Corby Hall. And it was some chick who was like totally defending Corby. It was right after the Candace interview came out and the deal between Corby and Victor Marks. And I remember asking, I was like, because the vibe I got from Corby when he was on Candace is that this dude is like very impressionable, easily manipulated, like really vulnerable, right? It was kind of the vibe I was getting from this guy. Just when he was explaining his situation with Victor Marks and then how he was reacting to Candace's questions and how he was almost just like he wasn't really pushing back on Candace at all. And like she would suggest something and he would just be like, yeah, that's what I think too. But I asked this chick, I was like, he seems pretty vulnerable, no? She was like, he's not anymore. He was. Like, oh, okay. All right. Got it. So he still is.
even then, a lot of these
Thanks.
copper jackets
That's not
are like
to me. I don't really think that's something you just stop becoming one day. Like maybe you're not susceptible now to being taken advantage of in this way, but that like you're probably still going to fall for all kinds of shit.
when they have a lead core in them, when they press the copper around the lead core, they'll twist the copper a little bit too. So the grain itself is going to twist along, and then once it goes through the bore and gets its rifling imprinted onto it, like you may, I mean, I could argue that if it looks like it's a 30-degree difference in between the land grooves and the copper grain direction, you could throw off the twist rate substantially. I mean, you got to be able to get it down between like a 1 in 7 twist is going to be pretty fast, meaning it spirals more times. So it's going to.
I don't are you talking about Corby? I don't remember. This dude has been all over the place. Like he was like, oh, I think it's a different bullet. And then all of a sudden he's like, yeah, no, I definitely think it was an exploding mic. Like this dude's this. I don't listen to a word this guy says or take anything he says seriously. I mean, it sounds like he's made a pretty cool product with the Fold AR. Like that sounds cool. I'll never buy one just because I think it's a little gimmicky, but good for him. But as far as like any of this stuff goes, he's all over the place.
Spiral, do one complete revolution per 7 inches, and a 1 in 10, which is probably going to be what a 30-06 would be. A 308 or 30-06 or some other higher power caliber are going to be closer to 1 in 10 or 1 in 9.5 or 1 in 9 or 1 in 11. And then when you get down to the 5.56 or 223, it's typically going to be 1 in 7 or 1 in 8 and sometimes 1 in 9. And then 300 blackout, you're going to be at 1 in 7 also. But to be able to pull off just one little pedal and try to straighten it out and tell what the twist rate is, like I don't see that being survivable from an engineering analysis perspective. Now, more importantly, is that they should be able to weigh. Like that's what I was talking about on Candace a little bit. Was if you pull all the fragments out and you weigh it, even if you don't like a 300 blackout bullet that I would have suspected would be the most likely cartridge would probably be like 120 grain bullet, supersonic, potentially subsonic, which would be up in the 200 or 220 grain side.
How'd y'all feel when the judge watched that video 2 days ago where he had that visceral reaction? Yeah. Had he never seen it? What do these normie people do with their lives? They're not on social media catching all this stuff? Be better if you had a stutter. It would be so much better. It would be so much better. I think I pissed some people off today when I was laughing. I can't help it, guys. Listen, if I hear here's what it is. Here's what it is. Hate me all you want. If I'm listening to somebody and they're stuttering and they have stutter fits, I'm gonna laugh. I don't mean to be rude. It's not my intention. I'm not trying to be mean. It just makes me laugh and I can't help it, especially when I get caught off guard. And then like there's like the super serious stutters where it's really bad that are funny. Tourette's is really funny, but then like just the slight stutters that are consistent are just hilarious to me. I don't mean to be mean. It's funny. I think it's cute.
Because if you pulled all that out,
I was not expecting her to have that stutter at all. I know that she testified. I must have just not been paying attention at all or something when she was on the last time. But I just couldn't help it. And then it didn't help. Like I felt like I was holding it in pretty good. And then I seen some comments talking about like, oh, she's definitely really nervous. And then I just lost it. It's like, no, she has a stutter. And if she is nervous, I would think her stutter would get amplified a little bit, but since it was so subtle, she may have not been that nervous. But I just thought it was hilarious. That broke me.
And you had the copper jacket, and you said, okay, we'll only have 1/4 of the copper jacket.
Well, if you're trying to watch some of that hearing, Anna, and you actually want to hear what was going on during her witness testimony, you're probably not going to want to watch it from my stream that I did. Because I couldn't even tell you what she was saying right now.
And I have all these lead pieces here. Let's weigh it. And if I know how long this piece of copper is, I can estimate what the length of the bullet is, and then kind of extrapolate. If I only got 1/4 of the copper jacket, then I can just kind of guess as to what.
I feel bad for them, especially when they can't work through it and they get stuck. Yeah. That's my favorite part. That's my favorite part when they lock up. It's not mean. Like it's so not mean to the point, like I would hang out with these people all day in person. They would be like my best friends. Do you understand? It's not mean. Like they would be my favorite people.
The other 3/4 weighs, and same thing with the lead core, and then come up with a grain size. And so 150, 125 to 175 grains, maybe kind of like 150 for an average on.
Like there's that. I'm sure you guys have seen clips. I forget the comedian's name. He's kind of a younger dude, has like a little beard, brown hair. He's a stuttering comedian. He's like, I watch clips of him all the time. He's hilarious when he goes into his stutter fits while he's trying to tell a joke. And then like he's done videos too where he explains like how bad it gets sometimes and what, like I'm sorry. I can't help it. I think it's hilarious.
30-06, and then ranging all the way down from like 100 grains. And
holy crap. Okay.
Hey, real
CJ,
quick, Corby, let me cut you off
215?
real quick. Hey, CJ, who put that old boy in that mock-up? Was that you or Gary? In that model? You know what I'm talking about?
No, which one? What are you talking about?
Y'all put like a little army guy sprawled out on the curvature of the computer science building. Was that not y'all?
You know what's funny is I did a couple of renditions for Gary. Gary's so busy. Look, I mean, I bless him in one sense. The guy works like 24 hours a day. And I gave him, I said, look, I want you to check this out. He used that one. There is an updated one that has a real person, I put him at, I think 6 foot or whatever. But yeah, I messed around with a couple of.
Is that not kind of weird?
things.
Like that you just guessed lucky that that's where they found an unspent cartridge?
What are you talking about? You talking about on the computer science building?
Uh-huh.
First of all, how did they get up there and stay attached to that?
That's a damn good question, because that dude's like
I mean,
a fly. He's like just
right. You got to be Spider-Man for that one. I mean, to stick to a roof with that line of sight, it was the angle of it was just it's impossible. I mean, there's no way you could stay stuck on that roof because it's not flat.
yeah, it's like
It's like a half a dome or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, I mean
Yeah.
on the flat portion further over, more in line with the edge of Losi.
I tried to get a line of sight on that, and it was really difficult.
Was that because
You
a
guys sound like
tree?
Secret Service agents.
Was that because a tree was in the way?
I can't. I'd have to look at the model again to really, to really be able to give you an honest answer on that one. I don't want to speak out of place, but I tried. I can't remember what my engineer Tom did, but he said he put.
I know the screen shows that this is Corby speaking right now, but this is CJ speaking right now. I don't know why it does that. Glitchy.
An AI thing in this thing. He goes, all right, these are all the spots that you're going to be able to have anything with a line of sight to him. And if it was up in the air and there was nothing to be, propped on, we took that out of the equation. If there was something in the way, like a tree or whatever, we took that out of the equation. I mean, there was a lot of different things we had to do to say, hey, where are the places you're gonna have access to, somewhere up high, and take that shot. And I want to say 5 or 6 areas, including behind the tent, that a lot of people were talking about. And Gary is the one who said, all right, what about the computer science building? And I said, I can only get it from here, and I cannot. And he's going to fall off no matter what, unless he's got a sticky suit on, to be honest.
I would look really close at that, because if I was a sniper doing shady stuff, I would purposely try to shoot through the foliage of that tree from the edge of computer science building. And it
But that's
looks
you
like
and
to
me
me.
thinking that, not him actually taking the shot. That's me and you going, that's what I would do.
Yeah,
But
and I'm not thinking of Tyler or Lance, or I'm thinking of people beyond that.
yeah.
Did he actually answer your question, Blake? Because you had said, did you just get lucky with that being the guess of where you put it and then finding the casing right there?
I mean, I think it's pretty much that Gary was wanting just to find different lines of sights, and then like he just he did it. But I mean, yeah, I mean it's a little bizarre. I'm not trying to say anything at all, like for people to read into that. Like literally, we just found out about this cartridge.
Did they say what time they found the cartridge? By the way,
Nick, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. See, because if somebody went up there and at 5 minutes after, 10 minutes after, and they're up there and they cycled their rifle or whatever. I mean, again, these are all speculation things. If you look at it from a line of sight, the only place that I found that you can actually get it off, I think it was 190 some yards away, would be from that side, that left hand side, and you would actually just fall off that curved roof.
I'd also say that the chances of the bullet passing through dramatically decreases as you get out to that 300-yard range.
Hey guys, let me ask you this, and I know y'all might not have ever sniped anybody. I'm thinking of movies like Black Hawk Down. I'm thinking of movies like Zero Dark 30. I'm thinking of movies like what's the Libya one? What's the Libya? Benghazi.
13 days.
0 hour? Is it 0 hour?
No, that's 0 Dark 30.
13
That's
days of
Bin
Benghazi.
Laden. Benghazi is the
13th hour?
Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Hours.
Good job. Yeah. Hell yeah, T. Good job. So here's my question. Jerry Bruckheimer, all of these big time directors, when they go in with any sort of even our guy from Texas, Chris Kyle, man, when we're making a movie about his life, you have a massive amount of violent spray and splatter when someone's getting sniped. It's a violent way of taking a large round. Y'all, that's completely absent.
Guys, I saw this in the movies. There's violent sprays, blood and gore and pink mist everywhere all the time, every time. Oh, it gets better? Okay. All right, let me collect myself a little bit and prepare here if CJ's telling me that this gets better. Oh, okay. All right.
So are the movies wrong and it's actually a polite, gentle death when you're getting sniped from 180, 90, 40 yards away?
Let me ask this, because my best friend is actually a director. And he just finished a movie out of Atlanta with John Travolta. I was a technical writer on it.
Sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you. Did what you see happen to Charlie Kirk look polite and gentle? Is that how you guys would describe that? Polite and gentle? What a descriptor by Blake. Blake, man.
And yeah, there's a lot of gore and splatter and all this kind of stuff in movies. If there was an exit wound, obviously you would see a lot more spray and gore. And I don't think anybody's going to deny that. We didn't see that, just like we didn't see.
I appreciate that, Bane.
And I'm going to say this: we didn't see a lav mic or his whatever he had, the DJI mic on. We didn't see that thing explode. There was no flash. There was no smoke. So yeah, if there wasn't an exit wound, I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of splash and mist of spray.
So it's fairly gentle to the neck.
I used to shoot pigs, when I was on a farm, and there was no spray or anything. Just
Well, what about like something not as bulky swine? I'm talking more of like human neck.
I don't know, because I'm not a terminal ballistic expert.
All right, and then here's my last question. Will you please run this by your friend? Can we get a Face Off 2, for the love of God? John Travolta, Nick Cage, Face Off 2, and figure out a way to write that thing where it's just batshit awesome.
We actually, I just got back from New York, and we're starting a new movie called Jimmy and Me, about Jimi Hendrix.
Nice.
Blake, I like your idea. I got the tagline for it. It's going to be called The Facening.
Hey guys, I got to roll. It's a pleasure talking to you, and I'm glad I could answer some of your questions. And I hope that everybody can. I know some people don't like Gary and some of the other people that I hang out with, but they're really
I like
good
Gary.
people.
He's good.
Everybody's looking out for the truth. I get that. I just don't. Every time we go on and on and on with too much conspiracy theories, we kind of lose sight of what's going on.
You think so, Mama Owlbear? I don't know. I think Blake is just retarded. They all hate him. Everybody hates Blake. The dude has no friends. I mean, okay. He spreads dumb shit. He's gone at Erica. He's gone at Candace. Like, he's gone at everybody. So, like, F him, right? But at the same time, he's managed to upset everybody. So good for him.
I do want to hold everybody.
That just makes me appreciate him a little bit. The fact that he's just catching hate from all sides and still going. The dude's still going. Like, he doesn't care. He has no self-awareness. He's just, nope, it's the necklace. The necklace did it.
Accountable, in our government and just in general. But we're all in this in the same thing. We may have ideas that we think is. I told Gary when I first met him, I was like, he had to have a plate on. Look at that. No, we were both wrong.
The way he talked to Blake Neff the other night, I'll be completely honest, I don't remember Blake talking to Blake when he was. I don't think it was too bad, was it? It seemed like he was trying to be kind of like dorky friendly with him, like Blakey, and Blakey, and then offering him like 15,000 or offering TPUSA 15K to like just have a sit down and us back and forth talk. I don't know if that was that bad, but I'm not. There's a solid chance I'm not remembering everything. All that's burned into my brain from that space was Diligent, and then Myron calling Elizabeth retarded.
We both admitted it.
And hey, real quick, last thought, CJ, before you bounce, and thanks for stopping in. Will you and Gary, and I'm not asking you to speak for him, but will you publicly say right here and right now that when and if this goes to a plea, that you will be right beside us, shoulder and shoulder, raising as much hell for the supporting stuff to come out that gives way, that green lights a plea deal, and that we're not going to allow for this just to go away and we do a trust me, bro?
I can speak on behalf of me right now, and I can say that once we hear all the evidence, which we haven't, and we're not going to hear it until either there is a plea deal or it goes to trial and there's a judgment, that we're going to see it all. And I just hope, one of my biggest things I've told a lot of people, even when I was on this podcast, I was like, we should fear more of the AI and the digital footprint that we put out there every day. I try to keep myself low, on that poll, but
was it? You think it was cocky? I just thought it was douchey. He called him Blakey. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I thought it was just douchey.
It's scary. And I think that us as Americans, we need to protect ourselves first. And we should all be in, everything should be, or let me say it this way. We're all in this together. We really are. We just need to stop doing some of the things that are harmful to other people, where we think we deserve to have answers right now. There could be an ongoing investigation. We don't know about it. We're not owed anything. We're owed the truth, but after the jury, comes down with a conviction or not a conviction, then we should have all the truth put out there, and it should always be that way. And since we all have cameras and phones and whatnot, we have more information than we ever had. We use it wisely and not divide ourselves, even if we're on the same side.
Hey, CJ, can I ask you right quick?
Sure.
So
hold on, that was a great answer. That was a great answer. I don't think you could have answered that better. Like he was trying to sort of pin you into a certain spot, and you clarified. That was great. That was great. Like, listen, we need to stop. We need to be patient. But yeah, we all want to see this evidence, and we better see this evidence. I don't think there's anybody that's like, no, I'm cool. I don't need to see the evidence. Go ahead. No, that was a great answer.
So the Losi building to the tent is like 138 yards. The computer science building's way further, right?
Yeah, I was. I want to say it was 190 something. I can't remember exactly. It's 190 something away. Maybe even in the 200s, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I thought it was way further.
It could be 298. Again, if I have to look at that damn thing again, I mean, I will. I'm not booting it up tonight. I'm tired, but I'm telling you right now, it's a lot further away. I think it's probably maybe. Let's see. It's probably over 200. But yeah, that's a way harder one to pull off.
What's the fastest drone you've ever flown?
I don't fly drones.
Oh, okay.
Peter does. I have a drone.
You have
I don't
one?
fly it. Yeah, but I live right outside of DC. You can't even do anything.
Oh yeah, that would be pretty stupid. That's a good point. Cool, man. Thanks, CJ.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good one. I hope everybody stays safe and is blessed.
Thank you.
All right. Good night, all.
Good night. I see Corby dropped out. I wanted to ask him. So the 223 caliber bullet that was found, I just wanted to know that if it would fragment or not. Ow.
Yeah, that was solid. That was a solid answer. I don't think it did any good. I don't think it had any effect, but it's a good answer. What's going on with this Jimi Hendrix movie? Who's we? Who you got? What's going on in the chat? Are we having some fun in the chat? Shots fired at very first. Who's firing? Who's firing shots? Very, very attention seeking. Very, what are you doing in here? What quantifies being nice though? I'm pretty edgy. Oh, I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. It's also really hard to, you know what I mean, to judge what people are saying in a chat. Like tone that they're using. Someone didn't like fans being brought up. What? What are you guys talking? What do you mean fans? Anna, I didn't start anything. Okay. Well, it would appear that right now the chat might be more entertaining than what's left in this space. Uh-oh. A blowing fan? Somebody brought up a blowing fan? Okay. And then what? Sleeping without a fan on? Yeah, I seen something in the chat. Somebody was saying it's hard to sleep because they're hot, but they can't turn a fan on. How did that get goofy? What? How did that get into how did we get a fight out of that? What? Anna came in. Barry said she was a troll. Barry said Anna was a troll. Is Anna a troll? I don't mind trolls, guys. Trolls are welcome here. As long as they're good at it. If they're shitty at it, get them out. But if there's, as long as I respect trolls. If they're good at it, all day. Barry, are you drinking? Anna thinks her husband sucks because he has a fan on. What the fuck? What is going on in chat? I'm so lost. I thought Very was the one who didn't have the fan on. She didn't say her husband sucked. Whose husband sucked? So, okay, I need to, whose husband sucks? Is it Anna's or is it Barry's? And I get it too. Yes, fans are a must have. Anna said none of that. She just wanted a fan. Okay, so was it Anna that wanted the fan? I have to have a fan to sleep. This is a silly chat. I agree. I never said he sucks. I said it's hot. My husband doesn't like the fan on him. I do. So what you're saying is your husband sucks. See, I was confused. I thought it was Very who had said that. Turns out it was Anna. It's too early in the morning for this. I agree. Anna was just being respectful by not using the fan. That's crazy because like if I don't want the fan on, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The fan's on. I just have to grab more blanket and hide. The Lacey's fair chick is arguing with me still about the 625 thing on X. Noah, what are you doing? All right, hold on. Like publicly, or are you guys DMing back and forth? Still arguing. Holy crap. No, they clearly did not watch any of the trial or any of the hearing. Excuse me. God, these idiots got me saying it. They clearly did not watch any of the hearing. This has already been so stupid. If this is indeed the 12th, then it needs to be addressed because it wasn't or hasn't. It needs to be clarified. It's never been and still isn't clear. Like, to be fair, to be a little charitable, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are probably watching this hearing and don't have a fucking clue what's going on. They're probably missing incredibly key details because they're, ADD or whatever, and they just can't focus and listen. Like, I mean, for me, example, I lost it when I don't even remember. I don't know her name. Don't even know her name. I couldn't tell you anything she said other than bullets. Like, rifle. That's all I got. So, makes sense why they watched Baron and Baron told them that was important. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Did Baron do a live today to spin all kinds of stuff? I don't even know. I haven't watched or like listened to Baron. I'll catch a clip maybe every once in a while, but he's so fake. I just gave up. It's like, can't stand it. It's so dramatic. I still like my analogy I used, but I don't remember it. Something along the lines of he's just narrating chicklet. That's all he's doing. We had all fans until the great Wind Nation attacked. No fans were left alive. I usually make it about 10 minutes before I can't take it anymore with him. I'm right there with you. I will stab someone if they try and take my fan. Yep. Nope. I have experience with people just like you, Eclectic. It's unfortunate because she shared some of the most important evidence, and I was so distracted I had to go watch Gary's stream later. No laughing. Yeah, I'm sure they weren't laughing. They're all like professional and really good people over on Paramount. Yeah, nope. Makes sense. I'm not going to watch it back. Somebody will give me a Cliff Notes, I'm sure, and let me know exactly all of the really good stuff she had to say, because I can't fucking do it. I cannot do it. I'm enjoying my fan right now. Anna must be new. Mama Albert, do you adjust him if it gets too loud? Do you push him, try to tell him to roll over on his side? Not so professional. Gary just isn't watching half the time. So ADD, that's what I'm saying. It's just probably looking at chat. Miss Justice, which female had the stutter? I may have been napping. I don't remember her name. I think she looked like she's maybe Samoan. So the Samoan one, or the one that kind of looks Samoan. I'm a fan of my fan as well. The one consensus of the chat, we're a pro-fan chat and a violent bunch over our fan-related convictions. Powerfully American chat. I agree. I agree. First world problems. Oh, her. I'll have to go back and watch. Yeah. I will not be going back and watching. There's no possible way I will be able to focus. I mean, I suppose I could. No. It's not going to happen. Not with that stutter. There's no way. Got to have the ceiling fan and the box fan going while I'm sleeping, even when it's in the middle of winter. Yeah, it's the. I like the air, but it's also sort of that little bit of white noise. Soothing, very soothing.
I don't know. I'm not a ballistics person. I don't know about bullets. So that was one of my questions. And it keeps dropping. Look.
Eclectic. It's exactly what I do. If I need quick recaps, I will just go to Jane Doe. Just go to Jane Doe's account or Andrea. The information will be out there. Did she stutter the whole time? Yeah, the whole time. Yep, whole time. But she has a very subtle stutter, and there's only it seemed like there's only specific letters that were her like real kryptonite. R, B, and M. It seemed like she really, really struggled with any words that started with those letters. Like those were almost a guaranteed fit. It was barely just enough to notice, which made it even more funny to me, to how I'm wired. Because you could like, I don't know, you could just tell, like she's like, I'm doing good, I'm doing really good, and then rifle, he's like, shit, I was doing so well. Bullet. I mean, I didn't hear her stutter much once you started laughing. She was just nervous. That sent me. That fucking Ben, when he said that sent me. I thought I was keeping my composure pretty well, I thought. And then as soon as I seen that in chat, that sent me. He's like, whoa, she seems really nervous. She did better than me and I don't have a stutter. Yeah, I 100% agree. I'm sure she was a great witness and she's probably really fucking smart. I wouldn't know.
I know some of you guys are up there and it keeps dropping out. Oh, I got Corby back. I don't know why it's doing that. I had the same problem.
Do we have Blakey? Blakey
CJ,
here.
is there anything else good in this space? Was there any other craziness in this space? Is CJ even still here or did he pass out? Can't remember. So I had this space pulled up. I was in here, but I laid down and passed out. And I don't know how far into the space I was when I fell asleep. And then I don't remember where I was at in the space at all when I woke back up. The last chick today didn't put up with any of the defense's shit, though. Yeah, no, she didn't. That defense really, really screwed the pooch at the end there. He would have been better just not talking, probably. Calling the, I don't know. I'm not real sure what they thought they were going to do or how much doubt they were going to cast on that. I understand that there's always going to be criticisms when it comes to tool mark forensics, right? So create doubt, try to discredit, whatever, sure, but he did not do a very good job. He got pretty shit on. Yo, what's up, Samurai? Yeah, he, and I feel like he has probably challenged professionals in that science before, so I don't know how he screwed up so bad. Corby talks so slow, he talks in reverse. I wonder if that's how he really talks. Like, if you were just sitting, there's no camera, nobody's listening, it's just you and him. I wonder if this is how he really talks, or if he's just like talking extra slow just to be choose his words carefully and not say something he does. You know what I mean? I wonder if he's just doing that on purpose, being careful what he's saying. The defense was just stalling. It was their witness. And they went like overtime to make sure they could have that witness. Yeah. No, I want you to just focus on, I just want you to focus. I just want you to tell me what I want to hear. Don't be talking about, stop it. That was so bad. Tim Pool calling out Candace and Clint Russell hard today. I expect her to crash out. Did he like just on X, or did he do it in his show? I might have to watch some Tim Pool. I haven't watched Tim Pool in a little while with all this hearing stuff going on. Did he talk faster before he was reprogrammed? On his show NX. Was it good on his show? What time is it? Oh, jeez. We could pull up some of his X posts, I suppose. Here, we'll just exit that space. Oh, that's the whole show. I thought maybe that was a clip. Clint Russell sucks ass. Yeah, he's a bummer. How did he get famous? Where did he come from? Candace actually responded to me on X last night. I'm surprised she didn't block me. I called her a dummy. What was her response? More him calling out Candace on his show. He talks about it in the beginning. We'll play a little bit of it. Or maybe we won't. There's no audio.
Again, psychotic amounts of information. I'll have like
Oh no. Was his whole show like that? Like on YouTube? With no audio in the beginning, or was that just X? Who is Clint Russell? Exactly. I have no idea. He's a content creator who's apparently really big now, I guess, or something. You have Jamie Kennedy on? Oh, the audio sounds like shit. All good, CJ. Have a good night. Have a good night, CJ, and great job in that space again, man. That was an awesome answer. He supposedly is rich. Him and Tim were friends. Oh, one of those guys. One of those guys, they just buy their way in. CJ, you should talk more in these spaces. If you're still here, you should talk more in these spaces. We need more people of sound mind sharing their opinions.
Seem
my
to
bad,
fit
guys.
together.
My bad.
trick
I'm
the-
just sitting here watching this.
New testimony from the boyfriend, lover of the alleged Charlie Kirk assassin. Images of the bullets, and they accidentally published the love letter or the confession letter, I guess. It's a pretty wild story, and it's sparking wild conspiracies, largely because, listen, let me just start by saying you're allowed to question official narratives whenever you want. We need positive evidence in order to pursue many of these conspiracy theories. We don't have strong alternate theories, but there are people desperate on pushing fringe, unhinged conspiracies. In fact, many of these people are intentionally lying. They are using a technique called assumptive manipulation or assumptive reasoning, where you provide two pieces of information that seem to fit together to trick the person listening into assuming they are part of the same story. A simple example would be like, if you shouted out something, you know, someone stole my wallet, and then immediately go, it's Ian. And then the assumption is, even though I never said he did it, you want people to assume he's the guy who did it. And I said, no, I was just pointing to Ian because he was standing there. This is the game they're playing, and I'm not having any of it. So we've got major viral posts. We've got Ben Shapiro, I guess, now being accused of orchestrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's all fake, and it's largely because ad rates are low, political interest is at a low point. Advertisers don't want to buy. So what are these people doing? Lying and grifting any way they can to make a quick buck. We're going to talk about that because that's the big news. Big news. Donald Trump switched planes. I don't know if you guys saw this. He didn't want to fly in that Qatari plane for some reason, which is very strange considering, yeah, remember when we were like, the war's over, but you know, it's not over because it just keeps, yeah, great. I'm not having a good time. We'll talk about that and a lot more. Before we get into all that, my friends, we got a great sponsor for you. It is Backyard Butchers. My friends, you guys got to go to Backyard Butchers. You supply hundred solution is off to the third version of that. Also, such an amazing Jamie Kennedy.
What's up, buddy? Thank you for having me.
We were already having such an amazing conversation before the show started.
Oh boy,
this happens all the time. Like we should just literally press.
All right? What's chat's opinion on Jamie Kennedy? How's everybody feeling about Jamie Kennedy? I got to know before I play any more of this. You don't know who Jamie Kennedy is? Don't know much about him. He seems okay. Cool as far as I know. He's a comedian. I mean, yes, he's acted, but he's a comedian, and he's a fucking goofball, like big time goofball.
Play as soon as we get in the studio.
I know. I didn't want to talk too much because I want to save it for the cameras.
Yeah. We got the boys hanging out.
Hi, everybody. Good to be here. Hey, Phil.
What's up, everybody? Phil here. How you doing?
Yeah, let's get into
What's
this,
up,
man.
guys?
Let's get into it. I had to keep my mouth shut in the pre-show.
Ian, he was like that meme of the guy with the vein bursting.
Yes,
like,
yes.
All right, here we go. We got a bunch of stories. We're just going to rip through them, and so we can just get into the whole nitty-gritty of this. Lance Twiggs reveals Tyler Robinson confessed to Charlie Kirk's murder after sneaking back to their love nest. So we're getting all of this testimony, and oops, it's really doing not so good for these conspiratards, we call them. Take a look at this. Redacted letter from Tyler Robinson to trans lover accidentally shown in court, which it says if you are reading, handwriting's better than mine, but still bad. If you are reading this, per my text, then I am so sorry. I left the house this morning on a mission and set an auto text. I am likely dead or facing a lengthy prison sentence. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I took it. I don't know if I will/have succeeded, but I had hoped to make it
What are you
home
trying to say?
you. I wish we could have lived in, and then I guess they weren't supposed to show that, which is crazy. We also have this. Prosecutors reveal trans sex joke engraved on the bullets. We're learning that Lance Twiggs, the lover, was granted immunity for testifying. And it's bad news for the conspiracy theorists who now are, I guess, accusing Ben Shapiro. They're saying Ben Shapiro did it?
Like, there might be a conspiracy of people encouraging this guy to go do it. There might be an underground network. I don't know that I've seen any evidence of that yet, so I haven't allocated much brain power to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth noting that, like, look, all the evidence that we've seen points to Tyler.
Donna, I got a little nap in unintentional nap.
Everything that people say is some kind of contradictory evidence isn't actually evidence. It's they're saying this is weird, or.
But I work my real job tomorrow, so if I do a live tomorrow, it's not going to be till late. Just a heads up.
This is something that doesn't make sense or what have you, but it's all conjecture and it's
Sorry,
not
wrong guy. Just kidding. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think Jamie Kennedy's Jewish. Kennedy, it does, unless it's a fake, could be a fake last name, but he doesn't look very Jewy.
Actually any evidence.
You know what bothers me the most, though? The conspiracy theorists. Again, like I'm a big fan of conspiracy theories. I think we learned the conspiracy theorists over the past several years trying to be right about everything, but not. I'm being hyperbolic. Obviously, some things were not true. In this instance, I think, by all means, you can ask any question, you can challenge any narrative. That's always fantastic. But you need positive evidence, right? Why did they not just come out and go, Robinson works for Israel? Like, you can have your Israel conspiracy theory and whatever you want, and then just say, he works for Israel. Because then it fits. But to be like, no, he's a patsy, they put him on the roof. It's like, huh?
It's just...
I don't... Do you realize who you booked today? I mean, I'm kind of on the board of conspiracy tards.
Oh,
good. So...
Yeah, but we like a lot of them.
But here's the deal.
Not
Please, bring me down
I
to
don't
your
know
level.
where we stand with this. So take me through this, because... So are we going with the official narrative, because I've been following it since it happened, that Lance did it and acted alone?
Tyler Robinson.
Tyler, excuse me.
No, I don't know. I don't believe that Tyler Robinson acted alone.
Okay, so going up the steps, as your man told me here, the limp was because of the gun.
The explanation that they gave is that he's got the gun down his pant leg. Okay. And so he's limping because he can't bend his knee.
Is the official narrative that he did it alone?
I don't know, actually, because the FBI was investigating Discord chats, as well as there was a big story of trans individuals posting online, presuming foreknowledge of Charlie's assassination.
One shooter or not?
One shooter,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, so that's the official narrative, correct?
Yep.
So
well, just to be careful, acting.
Yeah, I was just doing a vibe check on Jamie Kennedy, because he's kind of Jamie Kennedy is not going to be everybody's flavor. And I think he's hilarious. He's a weird goofball, and I think he's always been funny.
Alone is different from he pulled the trigger. He could have gotten help to get there. There were several vehicles in front of his house like the week prior. We don't know who was helping him plan this, if anybody.
Mm-hmm.
But for Charlie getting shot, it was, the story is Tyler Robinson on the roof, pulled out the gun, pulled the trigger, shot Charlie, and then fled.
Okay, so I saw some videos this week, but I don't know. It might have been fringe videos that were saying some of the evidence wasn't totally adding up.
What evidence?
I don't know. I don't remember the video, but
Well,
I just remember
yeah.
it didn't seem like it was a clean case. Am I wrong to say that?
So by all means, you can claim the deep state orchestrated this case and planted evidence, but as far as that goes, they did it airtight.
Yeah, this seems
So
really
the
clear.
evidence is like it's open and closed. You know.
Okay.
It's just a matter of were there people behind the scenes, and that all those if they were chatting on Discord, and they tried to delete it, dude, Discord can still get all that metadata and reproduce the chats and the texts, and the FBI's probably already got it.
So what was his reasoning for murdering him?
Because Charlie Kirk was a hateful man because he's a Christian that believed that things like the LGBT ideology was bad. He believed that trans people were not, I guess, kosher, if you want to call it. And he was spreading hate is what the argument was made.
Hey Jamie, we're gonna book you on the show. Sounds good. Cool. What are we gonna talk about? We're gonna talk about the Tyler Robinson case and Candace Owens. All right. I don't know anything about any of this.
So,
Yep.
basically,
There you go.
He was,
Well, I
he was
mean,
saying
that-
it's like
you-
he's a Christian, so
you can get a little bit more
But
complicated than
didn't
that.
he argue with everyone and give everyone when you talk to them?
And he won.
Yeah, he was
Didn't
a
he
dick.
talk with LGBTQ?
Stu Peters
different
sucks.
races?
He'd be a jerk. I mean, he'd be a prick sometimes, but not like
Why anybody listens to Stu Peters is beyond me. The dude is lame as shit.
intention. Like everyone's gonna be like, "Get out of my face, get out of here," and like you'd be like, "Oh, okay, he was mad," but like he's just a guy. He was just a guy, but he was doing God's work.
He was
like,
the most
forging
effective
diplomacy.
right cultural figure.
Yeah.
Turning Point was the most powerful political organization. It had overtaken the RNC. And, dare I say, Turning Point.
Stu Peters is on par with Lionel? I don't think so. I think Stu Peters is way worse. I think Stu is way worse. Lionel is just like get the fuck out of here, Grandpa. Who are you? Stu Peters is a douchebag.
Is like we had two insurgencies. You had the Bernie Sanders insurgency in the Democratic Party, and you had the Trump insurgency. The DSA represents the left and populist insurgency in the Democratic Party, and Charlie Kirk represented the right, which was unstoppable. The machine state did not want that to be the case. So what we're seeing now, and I'm going to go ahead and say, I every day I believe I'm more and more correct about this. Tucker Carlson referencing starting a third.
Eclectic. I do not watch Lionel show at all. I see his X posts, and I've seen like clips of him. He is good with words. Neat. So he's a con. Got it.
Party. Okay, guys, like I've been talking about this for a long time. They want to go back to the era of the Obama-Romney style elections. They don't want insurgent populists. They want the left and the right to be controlled, opposition against each other. And I think that's where we're headed. I think that's the issue. And I think Charlie Kirk,
Kirk was a moron and a hypocrite. That's what they would have you believe. That's sure what they would have you believe. I think Lionel is an ex-lawyer too. I hate lawyers. Lawyers
he
suck.
was the most. So if you're Tyler Robinson, we can look at it two ways. You can look at it from the conspiracy perspective, which is he was killed for some higher purpose, some nefarious purpose from some powerful organization, and that is Charlie is the leader of the right insurgency against the establishment. If you look at it from the more mainstream narrative of why would Tyler Robinson kill him, for literally the same reason, from a different perspective. Charlie was leading the quote-unquote fascists. He was making Trump win.
No, look, I'm a conspiracy theorist on a lot of things. This one, I don't know what the truth is, but I'm listening to you guys because I've been following it since the assassination. But they were saying that it wasn't so clean cut, but you're saying it seems pretty clean cut.
I mean, the better argument for conspiracy is that it's an orgy of evidence.
Okay.
You're familiar with Minority Report?
Of course.
I'm not actually.
Colin Farrell walks it. So
pre-crime.
That I know, but I don't know the.
So the scene is they go into a room.
You're committing a crime right now in your mind.
You don't even know that,
evidence, though. So
Is that legit, Daniel? I remember Lionel was doing the QAnon grift back in the day. If that's legit, that doesn't surprise me at all. Surprises me zero if he was pushing QAnon psychobabble. Those people trip me out. Hey, we got a troll. Sweet. What's up, Thomas? Mega morons are brainwashed. Word, dog. Word.
in Minority Report, it's Tom Cruise, and he gets there's a precognition that he's going to murder a man, and Tom Cruise is like, I would not do this. His child went missing years ago, and so when he gets to this, he finds the hotel, the apartment, or the hotel room where everything went down, and he's like, I need to know why this happened. And when he gets there, he finds all of these photos of his son, and then he sees a man standing there, and he's like about to cry, and then he's like, they were right.
Which video with Megan? Josh, what video are you talking about with Megan? I don't know if I want to. Lawyer schools her on Candace. Are you on X? If you're on X, send it to me. Cause or tell me where I can find it. Like super easy to find it. Good night, Mama. YouTube, Insta. It doesn't. You know how much? Hold on. Is it a short one? Because I'm kind of curious to see where Jamie Kennedy's going to go with this.
I am going to kill you, because he believes it's the man who kidnapped and murdered his son. But then he remembers what one of the precogs says or something, and then he doesn't do it. When the police come into the scene and see everything that happened, they're like, oh, this is why his character wants to murder the guy. And Colin Farrell, who's the independent outside detective, goes, no way, this is fake. It's an orgy of evidence. He's like, murder, like the pedophile who killed this kid is not going to scatter all the pictures for him to find. Like, this is a setup. So I would say if you want to get...
Hold on, let's handle this real quick. LOL, mega morons are getting triggered. You should probably stick with your alternative facts. Can you be more specific, Thomas? More specific, please. What alternative facts? Which ones? Take your pills and chill. All right. Anytime you wanted to give me some examples of these alternative facts that you speak of. Be a good sport, Thomas. Be a good sport. Play along. Sure, like the 2020 elections were stolen? That's it? That's all you got? How about this, Thomas? Does this help? I absolutely believe that Joe Biden won the 2020 election. And a big reason behind that was because of COVID. Also, the amount of suppression there was from social media. What else you got? I believe that there was a political game played in 2020, and the Democrats played the political game better than the Republicans. So do you have another alternative? Russiagate? Yeah. Listen, it is. Politics is politics, and you have two competing sides for power. They're not going to play fair. One just appears to be better at playing dirty than the other. I'm not saying that Biden was a good president, but in terms of results in comparison to Trump, much better. Just look at the inflation, gas prices, consumer prices, no new wars. Well, under Biden, we had Russia and Ukraine start. So I would say that probably wasn't good. As far as inflation goes, gas prices, they're kind of comparable. I would not say that I'm happy with inflation or gas prices right now by any stretch of the imagination. I am not a supporter of the Iran conflict. Don't like it at all. However, I can tell you what I do like, and this might offend you, Thomas, but I don't care. There's no pride flags at the White House, and the borders, we have net negative. Wait, what was that? The borders are closed. Correct, but please show me any other politician in a democratic country that lies as blatantly and as often as Trump. That lies as blatantly and as often. It's kind of been Trump's shtick. He likes to exaggerate a lot of things. It's part of his charm. I would say, show me another politician who has talked as much as Trump. And then I could probably point to you a politician who has lied as much, if not more, or exaggerates. Trump does a lot of talking, man. Trump is like, of all the politicians we've had, I don't know if anybody beats Trump when it comes to camera time. So there is that. Puts himself out there more than any other president that I can recall. What else you got? And Trump is way funnier than Biden is. Way funnier. Way more entertaining. It's not even close. Biden was a snooze fest. Kamala was funnier than Biden. Yes, but when you talk, it does not mean you have something intelligent to say. Any moron can just talk. All right, but yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that at all, Thomas. The internet is full of morons that just talk. Yeah. No pushback there. What else you got? Wait, it sounds to me like you're right wing and you just don't even know it. Sure, but you would think you don't elect presidents to be funny. At this point, Thomas, at this point in our society, in our culture, the only thing I elect presidents for, this is the only thing. Are you ready? So only thing I even have hope for. Anything above this is just a bonus. Closed borders and no stupid flags at the White House. Just the American flag and closed borders. That's it. That's what I think of our presidential elections now. Anything, if they do anything above that in favor of us, the people, the peasants down here, great. But I have zero expectations. None. But I'm still going to vote. So what else you got? What else you got? I'm wondering if I've fallen into your category that you would put mega morons in. Yeah, I know. I hear this all the time. I'm not left wing or right wing. I used to talk like this too. I was just like this. I like common sense. So when I see bullshit, I call it bullshit. That's currently what's happening with MAGA. Yeah, I get that. I'm not. Yep. Yep. I used to think just like that. Used to be just like that. I'm not left wing or right wing. Made sense. It really does. Because you can't really argue in support of left or right. They're very difficult positions. to argue in favor of. They're incredibly difficult. It's way easier to just take a middle of the road stance and say that you don't actually belong to either one of those. I get it. Makes total sense. I think everyone wants to break the status quo, and that is what was expected from Obama. He failed. Same as Trump. He failed, but even worse. I agree with you that I think a lot of people want to break the status quo for sure. The problem is what do they want to replace it with? What do they want to replace it with? The status quo, I think we can all agree, sucks. So there's a lot of bad with the status quo. How do we know what it gets replaced with is going to be better? Because I have a feeling that your idea of what we replace the status quo with probably isn't something that I would think is better than the current status quo. So in that sense, Thomas, I would be inclined to vote to stop you from changing the status quo. Make sense? Do you understand? So we find ourselves as a country in a weird space, because even though a lot of us want to change the status quo, it doesn't mean that we've all agreed on what that change should be. Not really. There are some points when I agree with Dems and some points where I agree with the GOP. But that truly makes the difference is the person pushing the agenda. I would be curious what points. Like, are they your standard like pro-abortion or anti-abortion, like that standard bullshit that they push all the time? Or do you have like specific things that are unique or not cliche? And Trump being a con man is not the right person to be in any public office. I think there are far worse politicians who have been in office than Donald Trump. Far, far worse. Mitch McConnell being one of them. Lindsey Graham being another one. Just off the top of my head. And those are Republican. Or so they say. But they're politicians, dude. Like, to even want to be a political representative, like, do you understand the mindset that the person who wants that generally has? They're narcissists. They are seeking power. So good luck. I'm with you. I think there's a lot of stuff that needs to be changed. But I'm not going to change it just for the sake of change and replace it with something even worse. I don't think so. How do you figure? Do you think that there's more people on social media right now wanting to change the status quo or less people? Donald Trump getting elected in 2016, regardless of how you think he's done as president, has shifted culture towards your opinion and desire of changing the status quo. Regardless if Trump is going to do it, that doesn't matter. Him getting elected has shifted the culture in that direction. And it's only going to probably continue to go in that direction. Here's the problem. There's a lot of competing interests that don't want that to change. Or if they do want it to change, they want it to change into something you don't want at all. So I seriously doubt you would be able to articulate any type of rational solution that is actually feasible in how we change the status quo. So anyway, I appreciate you stopping in, Thomas, though.
Conspiratorial, the bigger conspiracy is not that there was exploding mics or a man hiding in the bushes. It's that the bullets got an engraving. There's a letter. He was on the roof. He had the gun. It lines up perfectly, except for Occam's razor. Yeah, it's a wackaloon lefty online Redditor guy with a trans girlfriend who hates Charlie. Charlie's leading the charge for the right populists. They say every day, kill Republicans and things like that. And so this dude decided to go and get violent. It's surprising to me that people have these conspiracies, considering we watched the left get violent nonstop for a decade, threatening to murder conservatives, and they've literally done it to, like, Aaron Danielson in Portland when a lefty with a BLM tattoo walked up and
I'm going to touch one more thing with Thomas here. Touch on one more thing. I will say that Pandora's box appears to have been opened. And I think that has the potential to be a very good thing. But then I go on social media and I see how incredibly retarded people are. And then I get blackpilled and think we're definitely cooked. We are screwed, because anything that's going to replace the status quo they're going to completely confuse people and get them to support something that they shouldn't be supporting. So I'm super blackpilled. I have very little hope whatsoever, Thomas. Very little. Very, very little.
shot him twice in the chest for no reason. So then they're like, I don't believe this guy would do this. Like, what do you mean? It's been literally happening nonstop.
Right. And it is a correlation with, like, the Kennedy.
But Pandora's box has been opened, and we are on a trajectory of change in the culture for sure. And politics is downstream from culture. So we are going to see a change in politics as well. I just don't think it's going to be what everybody wants it to be. I don't think it's going to be better than what we have right now.
I don't know why. I just think a lot about the Kennedy assassination.
Well, the Kennedy assassination has a lot of smoke around it.
Yeah, and it seems obvious the guy was yelling, I'm a patsy.
Are we still believing the official narrative?
I don't.
Well, I interviewed Ron Paul, and he was like, the CIA did it. I asked RFK Jr.
Look to Jared. Be gray-pilled. I'm telling you, Jared, I will eventually bring Jared to the dark side. All right? He'll make his way over here. It's just a matter of time. Bronson, would you collab with Timcast? No, probably not. I don't think I would. No, I don't know. No, because then you end up being put in a box. People put you in a box. I don't like boxes. I don't like boxes. Just going on and, like, hanging out with Gary, I'm automatically thrown into a Fed box. Like, oh, this dude's a Fed. Like, get the fuck out of here. Gary and I, we have different opinions on shit. I'm fighting so hard to not be blackpilled. Just let it go. I'm telling you, it's way more calm over here. Way more calm in the blackpilled section. It's simple. It's like, okay, I'm going to go vote. Local elections is a different story, guys. Local elections, like, directly affect your surroundings. You know what I mean? So keep hope with local elections, but at the federal level, it's really simple. Do you want weird flags at the White House and open borders or not? That's, as far as I can tell, that's all you're really voting on right now. Because the Democrats aren't going to do anything better for the economy than the Republicans. I think they've both been, Trump did good in his first term, but has not been great. I think anybody trying to, I don't know how anybody can defend Trump's economy right now, to be honest with you. I don't get it. UFC 250 was cool. America 250. That was cool. Yeah, we don't need to get rid of the words man and woman, for fuck's sake. Like, that's just tart insanity. So, no, the economy's been shit. Does Tim ever change? No, he keeps it's like a Steve Jobs thing. Rocks the same stuff all the time.
Ron Paul said that?
Oh, yeah, and so did RFK. RFK
Live
Jr.
on TV.
Stop feeling dread.
Yeah.
It's not, I'm telling you, once you accept it, you don't feel dread anymore. You sort of just, you still participate, you still vote, but you sort of just sit back and watch the show unfold. And then if something does go good, it feels way better because you didn't have that expectation there to begin with. You know, maybe you had a little hope. But if it doesn't work, you're not completely fucktarded like you see everybody online right now going, oh my God, Trump promised us all these things and he's not delivering on all these things. And it's, oh, no, it's so bad. We can't, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, if you just drop those fucking expectations and then just go, oh, figures, hurts way less. And you don't look like a spaz on social media.
Yeah, I asked RFK Jr. and he was like, yes. He didn't say yes yet. He said, yes, yeah, I did it.
Some people think it was that Oswald was deeply connected to the...
And thank you, Donna, for bringing this up. Guys, it can always be worse. It can always be worse. Always be worse. Why don't you look up the CPI index, the real median wage, and net zero migration? Going back to bed. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. People were doing that 2 weeks into his presidency. Yeah, I know.
Communists and the Russians, and that
It's
Lyndon
so
Johnson
bad.
covered it up because he didn't want to go to war with Russia. So he's like, we just can't tell anybody any of this.
Look, I don't believe nothing, but listen, you guys are. But one of the things I did here, because I wasn't following it once this happened, the gun and how you get the gun, and he said it very simply before the show. He's like, listen, it's a two-piece gun. You put it together. It's not hard. He said it, and he's a Marine, so you know what I mean. And no, I listen to Marines. Do you know what I'm saying?
That gun in particular, it could be disassembly.
Two-piece.
That's the big thing.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. The black pill isn't like it doesn't go as far as to like not try. Like we still have to try. Still ready for a fight, right? I just don't have expectations. Get rid of the expectations. Vex line. Has he ever hinted at how many beanies he has? He's got to have a ton. I'm surprised he doesn't have his own beanie line. Or he might. Does he sell his own beanies? I was hoping to watch you look up the CPI index and the real median wages being increased over Trump's presidency so I can fall asleep to your cries. Are you talking to me? You want me to pull up the index? I'm good with things besides being pissed off with the radical left judges wrecking the country. That sets me off, to be honest. Yep. You're going to have to, I'm telling you, those expectations, you just got to calm them. Got to calm them. You think if I pulled up a stat that showed Trump did something good, that I would cry about it? Or are you talking to Thomas? No, cool. We can pull it up. What is that cliche? Stats don't lie, but liars use stats. Have a segment, business with Bronson. That would not be fun. Zombie came in here swinging. Oh no, I'm winning. This is terrible. Fuck Orange Man. Bro. Zombie, have you been here before? I feel like I've seen you here before. I can assure you, if I pull up Trump stats on median wage being increased over Trump's presidency, it would not make me cry. I just want my kids to grow up in a world where they aren't trying to convince them they should be the opposite. Yeah, I agree. It'd be really cool if I grow up in a world where these kids would have a chance to afford anything without having to be a genius or work 100 hours a week. But we'll see. We will see.
For the normal,
it's just a stock in a barrel.
When I was
in action.
When I went to Arizona, and what these people do. Let me just say this because we're going to get into the other portion of the story. These evil scumbag manipulative liars is they know that it's very difficult for us to reveal security information as to who our personnel are, their training, the things they're doing, the things they're talking about, and they're exploiting that the safety of our
And I don't just for reference, as far as like kids being able to afford things, I'm not sure how it is in your guys' area, but where I am, like if you get out of the city, right? This is how it's always been where I'm from, where I live now. If you get out of the city, like the cost of living was such a drastic difference. Cost of rent was way cheaper. Housing prices were way cheaper. If I look at areas now outside of the city where I'm at, the housing prices are not fucking hardly any different at all. The rent prices are not hardly any different at all. And most of the time, the people that live there are traveling into the city for work. So now they're not really paying any less than anybody is in the city, and they have the extra costs with gas prices. Now, it might be different in your area, but where I'm at, like I said, for the longest time, up until pretty much COVID, it was cheaper outside of the city, like significantly cheaper. Now it's really not. I mean, I'm sure there's places in the country of like absolute bumfuck nowhere where it's still like crazy affordable, but are there any jobs?
Of us and our families to try and get clicks and create conspiracies. And, you know, Clint Russell is doing that. Candace, of course, did that. Candace claimed my brother tried to murder me because she is an evil witch. But I will just say this. One of my security guys, the moment, like, right after it happened, he was like, the moment I saw the video, I said 30-6. And this is a guy who is a SEAL team sniper. And he was like, oh, yeah. From, like, the angle and the sound, I was like...
Seems more like a city-state issue than a Fed issue. I think it's an economy issue. That's what I'm saying. Pretty sure 25% of Gen Z can handle buying and owning a house. There are jobs. 25%? I don't know if that's a... Like, are we celebrating that? 25% of Gen Z can handle buying and owning a house? I mean, granted, there's always going to be the people that don't want to own a house, right? You bring 30 million into the country and think housing isn't going up? Yep, nope, that definitely plays an effect, for sure. There's going to be a really weird, so when like the boomer generation is all kind of gone, I've seen some speculation on what we could potentially looking at as a country. That doesn't sound good either. 1/4 of Gen Z, which was born within 25 years, is pretty good. Pretty good. All right. Zombie, you seem very informed. Has it always been? Is that good? If we look at millennial, are we looking at the same statistics there? If we go to boomer, Gen X, is it all the same or has that gone down? Telling you it's a rural boom due to the remote work boom. It was much less with millennials. How much less? I mean, you came with a number for Gen Z. You don't have a number for millennial? Just much less? $18 to $24. So, I mean, I don't know if I would say that that's fucking much less. That sounds similar. What about X? What about Gen X? Do you understand if we go back and like Gen X is like 35%, right? And then we go to boomer and it's like 60%, like you can see that we're at a stalemate right now between millennial and Gen Z. 55% for millennial, 80% for Gen X. Not looking good. Yikes. Zombie, better check your stuff. I don't know. I have no idea if AJ's correct or not, but
It's a 30-6, no doubt. And he was like, I wish my wife was recording me when I said it. That's how sure I was. And so I was like, oh, wow. And this was like a week or two after it happened. He was like, man. So this guy,
I roll.
a SEAL Team sniper,
Have a good night.
Works with us, was outright like, yep, that's what it is. I'm like, okay. Then I go online and there's a bunch of people being like, I'm a Marine instructor, I'm a, gunsmith or whatever. It's not possible. And I'm just like, they've already given up that argument. They used to argue it was impossible. Now they're arguing it's improbable. Now they're saying, well, it's really unlikely that therefore, and it's like, okay, just stop.
Arguing what's improbable?
That the argument they make is a 30-6 is so large it would have ripped through Charlie's neck.
But you're saying, but the gun has a soft, or the bullets were soft.
The bullet's soft tip.
So they expand.
And we don't know what the load of the cartridge was. It doesn't even matter. The point is it possible? Yeah. Like a guy wins the lottery. Do we go, that's not possible. There's no way he won. It's 1 in 600 million. How could he possibly do it? No, we go, oh wow, someone won the lottery, right? So the conspiracy theorists have largely abandoned that argument and are now saying, they're like, well, it's just very unlikely, so that's why we don't believe it. It's like, oh, okay, well, unlikely is still possible. Thank you and have a nice day.
Yeah, especially in war. Like if something happens in war, don't sit around thinking about how unlikely it is that the enemy was shelling you. Like better take evasive action when the shells hit the ground.
And did this kid's father, am I wrong to say, did he turn him in?
Yep, family turned him in.
And was he also in the military or no?
I don't know.
Did he was he raised? Was there something?
I don't know, but the family turned him in.
Who was like an ex-cop or something
so
like that?
So he knew about guns.
Well, I don't know about that.
So we've got images of bullet fragmentation right here. Here's the bullet.
Ooh.
You can see that it is deformed.
Yep.
Quite a bit.
That's
so that means it blew up.
Too.
So my first
it was a hollow point or a soft tip?
Soft tip.
Yeah, okay. Soft tip, and it hit his spine, hit his vertebrae, and likely, tilted down and splattered or something. Yeah.
Bullets do weird things when they enter, a medium like flesh, right? Like they don't. If it's a full metal jacket, which means the copper jacket is all the way to the front, it has more of a chance of going all the way through. But a soft point is designed to deform. That picture that we just saw, basically you were looking at mostly copper. The lead is all gone into, got shredded and stuff. But there's a guy that was a Green Beret that got shot with a 7.62 by 54R, which is about the same size as a 30.
Oh, nice. Phil's using Chuck Ritter's story. Sweet.
6. It entered in the back of his shoulder, just above his plate, went down and came out his hip. Bullets do weird things. Bullets just do weird things when they hit bodies.
I want to jump to this next story, which is where the drama is all going. We have this clip from Ben Shapiro I want to play first and foremost. The story is that Ben is being accused of orchestrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and what we're going to hear next is no, I never said that.
Miss Justice, we live in a totally different world. We have 20 million people that hit us in 4 years with Biden. We have fraud. No, I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, I'm not even sure what we're necessarily arguing. Like, are we arguing the economy's not that bad? Yeah, no, I'm not. And I'm not saying like it's all Trump's fault that the economy is so bad, or that it was Biden's fault. It's just it's more than just who's president. Short of a complete wipeout of real estate, Zoomies will not own homes. Too many stunted young adults, not enough jobs for the male population. It's really bad. Yeah, but I feel like once boomers go, it sounds like there's going to be a lot of I don't know. I'm pretty black-pilled, guys, like I said. Do you know what per capita is? I know some people hate the term. Yeah, I know what per capita is. No, I do not hate the term per capita. I think per capita is incredibly important. This is when discussing statistics for sure. No, I don't hate the term per capita.
But the insinuation is very clear when you claim Charlie
what do you think? I'm a fucking lefty?
Betrayed by Ben Shapiro, and that it's very strange that Charlie's security would be talking with Ben's security. But here's the clip first.
remember where I was when all this was happening. I was in Los Angeles. I had sort of a breakfast/lunch meeting with somebody. And I got the news that Charlie had been shot, and my security was on the phone with Charlie's security because nobody knew what the hell was going on. Well, Charlie was still in the back of the car, and we were sort of getting updates.
Were we arguing that Trump is the problem? Somebody might have been. I was not arguing that Trump is the problem. I think Thomas was. These bastards took your gen from you. Take it back. Eclectic. You're going on kind of your own thing here. Okay, so you don't like the term millennial. You just want why? The higher cost is state and local. Yeah, but I feel like it's every state. And like, I mean, we could just flip this and be like, they need to do more deportations. How about that? Can we all agree that they're not deporting enough? The economy is stable. It's not bad. And people. Not bad and people. Don't argue with insanity. Well, it's not really insane. Zombie's not on Thomas's level here. That's why I wanted you to open the CPI index. Real median wage. Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think the economy is good for the average person? Forget about the median wage. Forget about all the statistics. Do you believe that the economy is good for the average person? So, I am a multi-business owner, Zombie, and I can tell you that the last 2 years are down. And it's two completely different. They're not in the same. How do I want to put this? It's two completely different businesses. Two completely different businesses. And both are down over the last 2 years. And it's not just my two businesses. I know multiple business owners, and they are all down because people are spending less. And I live in a red state. Very, very red state. With not very high state taxes. So it's not taxes. It's not. I would say the economy might be okay, but I would not say that the economy is good.
Along the way. At 2:40 p.m. So, I remember
what did Ben just say? His security was getting updates from Charlie's security while he was still in the back of the car, getting updates along the way. What does that mean?
Sort of getting updates.
What does that
mean? I don't know. Maybe they got a text from someone. A guy texted a guy.
What do you think that means?
His security was talking to Charlie's security. It seems like they were downloading as they were getting information.
How do you feel about it?
How do I feel about it? I would think that if their security,
as CEO, as chairman of the board of Conspiratards, do you think anything of it? Like, I mean, do you have any thoughts?
No, if you're in that world, it's a very close-knit world. So something crazy happened to a huge leader, and they go, "Dude, listen." They hear it, and they go, "If you know a guy on that detail, no, I don't think that's odd because
here's what
you're
Candace
getting
posted.
inside information because that's what you talk to those people. It's like an NFL player hearing that someone was traded."
Right. Candace Owens posted breaking news. Ben Shapiro just confessed on his show that while Charlie was being transported to the hospital and bleeding out to death, his security was on the phone with Charlie's security receiving updates.
Absolutely.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Someone explained to me why during the minutes while Charlie was dying in the backseat of the car, Charlie's security...
Multiple businesses and the management's just terrible on both sides. Been in business over 10 years, but all of a sudden the management's just terrible. And that's why. Word up.
Team was providing updates to Ben's team rather than focusing entirely on saving Charlie Kirk's life and finding the killer.
That's retarded.
I will remind you that all that Brian Harpole, I'm going to pause real quick and just mention, who did security personally for Candace, and she knows this. I won't get into finer details, but yep. Anyway, one of the security members who was in that and is suing her, by the way, was in the car at the hospital, is currently suing me and using Ben Shapiro's lawyer, who has sued me relentlessly on Ben's behalf for the last 3 years. Ben Shapiro hated Charlie. Everyone knew that. So why the hell was this demon receiving updates in the mere minutes after Charlie was hit en route to the hospital? All caps. Who on Charlie's security team betrayed him in this way? Everything Ben did following the assassination made my alarm bells go off. I have told you guys that there is something about the Daily Wire and blah, blah, blah. We get it. What did Colvett mean when he told me it was supposed to be you? Nothing, because he probably never said that. That's a lie. Why did Turning Point betray Charlie so quickly? Why didn't Ben mention, by having Ben open Amfest? I clocked that Ben was too invested in this. Ben Shapiro is satanic. Everything in my soul tells me he worships Satan. Literally, look at his demeanor in this clip. Blah, 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 blah. Okay.
One of them is heavily dependent on foreign import. Yes. But, product is not an issue. Getting product is not an issue. We definitely went through a stage where getting product was an issue.
Let me answer these questions for you. It's very, very easy. The reason why I asked you what you thought about it first, because you didn't see what Candace had said, so hearing what Ben said. Our team also was being informed on what was going on with Charlie Kirk afterwards, and there's a bunch of reasons why. We're friends with Charlie and his team, so the people on our team who are like literally talk to Charlie's team all the time, immediately we're calling them. Our security company personally knows their security company. I could be wrong about this because I don't know exactly which companies they hire, but there's one big company that is security for all of the prominent right-wing personalities. And I forgot the name of this company, but someone came to me and they said, hey, this company that does, all these conservatives, they're asking if we want to, work with them because they'll do like a package rate. And I was like, no, we like our security guys. Like our security company we've worked with, and we like our guys. I'm not gonna, like they're our friends. We hang out, we get dinner together. Like it's not just like there's a guy hiding behind you in a suit. It's like, no, they're security. It's what they do. They got armor, they're strapped, they got medical capabilities. So immediately after these things are going on,
why don't you do it through American manufacturers? For this specific part, there aren't any. For these specific products, there aren't any American manufacturers. That's kind of a problem. Yes, I don't understand that people do you not understand that there aren't American manufacturers for a lot of products that people use on a day-to-day basis? I would definitely rely on American manufacturers if there were any. I could see why this podcast might be hurting your business. I'm pretty good about maintaining anonymity. Like, none of the people that I'm close with on a day-to-day basis or people that I interact with have any idea that I'm on YouTube. You're killing it with your theories, though. Morning, Eclipse Truth. You're just now waking up, and I'm going to be just getting ready to go to bed here shortly.
Everyone in the security world, particularly in this place, are getting updates. More importantly, Ben did not say that the 4 guys tending to Charlie stopped what they were doing and called me on the phone. This is the game that they are playing. It's called assumptive manipulation or assumptive reasoning. The goal is you provide... So look what she said. She called it confessing. That creates the insinuation that Ben is admitting to doing something wrong. I knew it is a manipulation to be like, something is going wrong. Charlie was betrayed. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys what likely happened. After Charlie gets shot, There's probably 15 security guys. 4 of them picked up Charlie, brought him in the car. 1 was holding pressure on his neck. 1 of them, maybe not even in the car, relays information to their logistics team at HQ. Because you don't just have 4 guards and nothing else. Security companies have a headquarters with an office where people sit at desks and coordinate information, call hospitals, plan insurance payments, or reach out to insurance.
Yeah, Zombie, that's generally what happens when you get on the internet. It's generally what happens when you get on the internet. It's that South Park meme. I'm just going to check and see what's going on and I'm in an argument. By the way, Zombie, just a heads up. I'm not, this is all like, no hard feelings. This is all fine. Just so we're on the same page there. I don't mind back and forth discussion at all. All for it. So I just want to keep that really clear. Anybody in the chat, like, just relax. It's all good. Everybody's fine. Everybody has opinions. It's totally cool. Some people are right sometimes. Some people are wrong sometimes. Woke up to take a shit. Boomer confirmed. Caught. There was another comment in here I wanted to read quick. Guys, I probably got about 5 minutes left. Figured I'd go till 4 o'clock my time. And I did get sleep. Somebody was asking about sleep. I did. I after my stream, my earlier stream from the trial, I got some food and then I laid down and I ended up falling asleep for a few hours. Then hopped back on because I saw there was crazy X spaces. Donna, there it is. Eclipse, no. So I think others have probably not had naps, but I had a nap. And I have my day job tomorrow at one of my businesses. And that's not that, like, I hope that's not coming off as a like a brag or something. I like having been a business owner for 10 years, a little over 10 years now. There are many days, many days where I wish I hadn't done it and that I just worked for somebody else. So it's definitely not a brag. Managing employees is a lot of work, especially when you want to do something and they're all deciding that certain days are not going to work for them or they want time off or whatever it is. Because then I am responsible. PP Porks, Bronson chat is women's. This is women's. Well, it's 4 a.m, or where I am anyway. Are you a dude, PP Porks? You can hang out, then it won't be women's, all women's. Daniel Armstrong's in here. Fuck you talking about? Come in talking shit.
Payments. So when this happens, one of the first things the immediate security does is tend to Charlie.
I don't want to get too specific on the type of businesses that I have. Eclipsed. I think that was Eclipsed. Was that Eclipsed? I will say one has to do with, how can I put this without giving it away too much? One would be considered seasonal, but it operates through all seasons. And then the other one is a storefront that deals in alternative products and collectibles. Oh, bro, do you speak English?
The guys on the team who can't do
Can
anything
you
else
form a
immediately call
complete
911.
sentence?
They then call their logistics or get on their radio and say, Charlie's been hit, we're moving now. And they give updates via radio or phone. They leave the phone on.
No, it's
and
not
talk
a
to
corn
their
shop.
Logistics team. The logistics of that security tells other guards who are on detail. If this company had other people, and Harpole has done this for Candace too, if there are other prominent conservatives with security, they are going to flag it to every single guard. Charlie Kirk's been hit. He took a bullet to the neck. He's currently stable in the back of the car on the way to the hospital. Be on high alert. Everybody with security companies worth their salt got that information. So why is Ben's security team talking to Charlie's security team? One, it may have actually been the same company, meaning his team is in reference to the guards that he has who got updates from the logistics of their own company.
You're kind of on the right track, Cindy. You're on the right track, but no and no.
Telling them, hey, Ben could be in danger. Someone just got Charlie. I'd be willing to bet, I don't know what Ben's talked about this, but I'd be willing to bet security was like, get inside now.
Of course.
So our team is a private company that...
Listen, Jared, I don't know what happened, all right? This is partly CJ's fault, okay? But I took a nap. I fell asleep, and then I woke up, and there was an X space happening with a bunch of crazy people saying crazy shit. So I decided I better just hop on and take a look at this, and now I've been here for only 4 hours. It's only been 4 hours, so it's not bad. But I am getting off, like, in a minute. Somebody brought up Tim Pool talking to a shit or something about Cliff. What's his name? Cliff something. So I figured, maybe. Oh, CJ, what are you doing? Thought you were going to bed. Yeah, I was totally blaming CJ. I was totally blaming CJ. And no, it's not insomniac. I just got sleep. I'm at an age where it's weird. Yeah, Clint Russell or Cliff Russell, whatever the fucking dude's name is. But I'm at an age like if I fall asleep before like 10 o'clock, like I'm screwed. I'm waking up. I'll get like 3 hours and then I'll be up for the day. I don't know what the hell that's about. I own 3 businesses too. What sleep? Yeah. Yeah. And I was just talking the fact that I have normal work tomorrow, not fun internet stuff, which is fine. Which is fine. And then I'll probably do a live stream. You know what? We're just going to close this out. Jamie doesn't have much to say. I was hoping Jamie was a little bit more plugged in, so he had more opinions on the Charlie Kirk conspiracies, but Jamie doesn't seem to give too many shits about this. But no, depending on what happens tomorrow, I think I'll be home probably 10-ish my time, so I may do another late stream. You're the same way? Gotcha. It's PP porks. Oh, all right. Let's see. Do I want to... What should we do with this fucking idiot? What should we do with this tard? PP porks. Hey, hold on. Don't ban him or anything. What content creators do you usually watch? Let's see if we have like minds or not. PP porks. I'm assuming you can answer a question, right? Give me your top 3 favorite content creators. Let's go. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. That'll be the last thing we do before I close the stream. Just waiting, guys, everybody. We're waiting on PP porks here. Any day now. I said top 3. You follow instructions like a woman, dude. You know, you could put them all in one comment. Are you gay? PP? No offense or anything. I totally don't care. Oh, that makes sense. Totally makes sense. Fucking with these fucking trolls. Oh, so not. I think you can do better. You can do better. Oh, you could definitely be more creative. Just fucking obscure ass YouTube. What is this? Hold on. Hold on. PP, what are you watching? Is this real? You actually watch this shit? PP got problems. I don't think he can. This is his peak. I don't think so. I think yeah, I looked it up. Of course I looked it up. I wanted to see what kind of crazy shit this troll's trying to have me look at. Yeah, are you kidding? You guys, I am not going to pass up a good troll. Not a chance. Somebody wants to come in talking that much shit, they're going to get my attention. For sure. For sure. And when I ask them questions and they respond with things that I can go look at, I'm going to go look at it. I'm probably not going to pull it up on stream, but I'm going to go look at it. PP, what about my thumbnail? Were you like, oh yeah, I got to click that and find out what's going on in here? I must know. So that way I know to never make that thumbnail again. Have a good one, Donna. Your aura. LOL. Bronson insulted that this weirdo likes his stuff. You know, I have to admit, guys, that I have alt accounts. And I have a tendency to do things like what PP is doing. But I'm was just curious as to what attracted PP. Someone's had a long night. Yep, about to be an even longer day. I'm going to be honest. The only thing that's keeping me going right now is PP. So I'm just curious of what the next comment is going to be. Gayest quote of the night. Self-snitching at 4 a.m. I always wake up later and do the hearing at 1.5 speed. PP was questioning my audience and making strange PP, if you go back, if you're still even here, if you go back to like the beginning of this stream, I think it'll give you a better understanding of the audience right now. Don't get shy now, PP. I think PP left. It's no fun trolling when the person you're trolling is like, fuck yeah, let's go. Kind of takes the fun out of it. I should have played along. Damn it. Oh, hey, fuck yeah. PP's still here. PP's still here. Okay. All right. I've decided. I'm calling it, guys, right now. I like PP. Don't clip that. That sounds fucking bad. Porks. We're just gonna go pork. Porks. Porks is better. Well, PP Porks, if you happen to see me live again, feel free to hop in and talk whatever kind of shit you want to talk. Feel free to come hang out. I'm always up for a good laugh. I'm always up for interesting things on the internet. But most of the stuff I cover has to do with the Charlie Kirk conspiracy. So I have no idea if that's something you're even paying attention to. No thanks? All right. That's fine. You don't have to. Guys, I think we'll see PP again. He'll be back. They always come back. They always come back at some point. And then eventually a mod just blocks them. But until that happens. No, I'm whipping up some fucking 9-8. I am tired. We got a match made in chat. Good luck, people. He's up for most. Holy shit, you're really live right now. I'm really about to not be. I am really about to not be live. We just had a wonderful person grace us with their presence, so I wanted to be a good host. No, I got a nap. I had a nap. Yeah, CJ did great. I won't be questioned by a man named PP. Very unserious person. It's the internet. Most of them are unserious people. See? Told you. PP will be back. You know, Adri, when you say it like that, that doesn't make me feel very good. Because I'm pretty sure you were working when I started streaming this morning, right? Back like surfers crack. What the fuck? All right, everybody, I'm done. I'm out. I am done. Thanks for hanging. Like I said, if I do a stream tomorrow, it won't be till after 10 my time, which is Central Time. So maybe something crazy. I'm sure it's Friday, right? There should be some crazy X spaces. We can listen to psychos babble. Maybe they'll let me talk to them without getting so triggered that they block me. But we shall see. And PP, you are more than welcome to come back. More than welcome. I appreciate the conversation, PP. That was wonderful. Good way to end it. Everybody, have a good day, night, morning, whatever you got going on.